just got renominated to the board, I'm gonna let you lead the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have to come up with something really patriotic, we just for our July meeting, built it. Yeah, well, that's 250. Can we get a Betsy Ross flag in here for that meeting? We sure. All right. I have a Bennington flag I can bring. We just want to use that one. We had nobody sign up for public comment, so Bath Village School. Hey, sorry for the, I know you guys had, you were supposed to be here last month, and I'm glad you're here, so come on up. Yeah, you're welcome to sit at the table or however you want to configure it.
Table, that's okay, guys. Yeah, anything done? Just us.
I actually was trying to figure out if we could do this presentation in a forest, but we were able to work that out, so we'll call for that.
Our town forest is a little hard to access right now.
Oh, it's a little cakewalk.
Yeah. Snowshoes.
If we're ready, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to come south. I remind you, we're a little bit farther north than you, 89 miles from Concord, but that's okay, we made it. So we're very happy to be here today to talk to you from the Bath Conservation Commission and the Bath Village School about the year of the Bathtown Forest, locally grown learning at its best. I realize we're biased, but we think it's darn good, and we hope you will too. We would like to start with introductions. That's okay. My name is Judy Tomosa. I'm an aquatic educator and biologist. I'm also on the Bath Conservation Commission, and I'm a certified volunteer with the Bath Village School. Next.
Okay, my name is Bruce Barham. I'm forester, licensed forester, and also on the Bath Conservation Commission.
Hi, my name is Isabella Fulford, and I'm in 6th grade, and I go to Bath Village School. My name's Bryson Wyman. I'm a 6th grade student, and I go to Bath Village School. My name's Bryden Sawyer. I'm a 6th grade student, and I go to Bath Village School.
My name's Karen Belladoro, and I am the 5th and 6th grade teacher at Bath Village School.
Hi, my name is Megan Jones and I'm the principal of Bath Village School. Excited to be here.
So thank you. We thought we would start by reminding you where the town of Bath, New Hampshire is. As I said, we are 89 miles from Concord. We traveled through 5 weather systems to get here. That's a record, I think. We are nestled in the Connecticut River Upper Valley. We are 40 miles north of Lebanon, Hanover, if that gives you some perspective. The Connecticut River forms our western boundary. We are also lucky to have the Ammonoosuc watershed and the Wild Ammonoosuc watershed. So needless to say, we are surrounded by all kinds of natural resources, aquatic resources, areas that we can be lucky enough to step out our door and enjoy. But we thought we would share the Bathtown Forest with everybody instead of just not only their backyard, they could also get to the Bathtown Forest. We have a small community. We're close-knit. People talk to each other. They're familiar with what each other is doing. And this was a wonderful opportunity to share a place-based local opportunity for education, and we have.
So Bathtown School is a very small rural school. We have 44 students currently, but the benefit of that is it makes us very agile. We aren't hampered by logistics that sometimes make it harder for larger schools to engage in projects like these. We can coordinate these immersive field experiences for our students quite easily because of our smaller size and because of our tight-knit community. It makes it easy for us to access our resources.
So how did we get here? If you take a look at the map, you can see our Bathtown Forest on the map. So to begin, you had to have a town forest, and we're lucky enough that we do. Not every town does, but we are very fortunate that we do, and we'll discuss a little bit later how we got to the forest. The forest is out in the middle of nowhere, as we like to say, and it's a bit of a challenge to get there. You have to drive down a half a mile of Class 6 road. If any of you don't know what a Class 6 road is, it's a public way, but it's not maintained by the town. So you're going like this as you're going down the road. So that was a bit of a challenge to get there. But we had a group of stalwart, brave parents who helped us with the field trips and were not afraid to drive the road. So it's half a mile to get to the landing where a neighbor allowed us to park. And then we would park, and right close by, there's the town cemetery where some of our ancestors are lying. So we would wave to the ancestors and then hike in for another half mile to get to our center place where we branched out from there to study the various aspects of the woods. So it was a challenge to get there. The students, some of them were not used to hiking a lot, so we prepared for that. We went to the Hike Safe website. We learned how to hike safely. We got colorfully colored bandanas. We gave them whistles just in case they got turned around in the woods. We taught them how to use map and compass. So we would drive there, park there, walk in, and then we would start our study from there. And the result was getting them knowledgeable about a permanent outdoor laboratory that they could go to with us, but they could also go on their own with their families if they so chose. And they accepted the challenge, and we haven't lost any students yet, so that's pretty good. So that's how we started. So again, you have to have a town forest in order to study it. So let me take you back to 1956, and Mr. Parody used to own a town forest. It was his farm. And he walked down the hill one day, and he talked to our select board and said, "I'm tired of farming. Do you want to buy my land?" And the selectman sort of was taken aback, I'm sure. This was back in 56. I don't know. But they talked about it, and they finally decided that, yeah, it would be a good idea to have a piece of land that the town could go to. And without even realizing it, if you see the handwritten letters, the old-fashioned technology, that was the letter that one of the select board members wrote to have full transparency to explain why they bought the town forest. And the title of it is The Origin of the Bath Town Forest. So without even knowing that so many years later, we would actually have a Bath Town Forest, they sort of planted the idea and got the whole thing started. So after that, after we bought land, it was 165 acres of farmland, forest land, wetlands, vernal pools. There's a wonderful brook, Bedell Brook, which is a brook trout stream running right down through the middle of it. And in 1958, 2 years after the land was purchased, Bath Village School students then, that were in school then, actually went up to the forest and planted red and white pine trees in the farmland with a hope that they would grow over the years and be harvested in the future and gain some income for the town. And little did they know what they started, because today, some grandchildren and great-grandchildren of those students are now studying the very trees that their ancestors planted. And we think that's pretty neat. So with the Conservation Commission having ownership of the town forest, we decided to make it a little bit more formal. In 1990, we made it an official town forest by passing it at town meeting. 1991, we certified it as a tree farm. Then we wrote a management plan, did a harvest, and then the stone ford that we built to get the logging crew in there across Bedell Brook safely is the very same bridge the students are now standing on as they start their studies. So we had the challenge of getting the forest in place and then writing a management plan, doing a harvest. And we talked to the town all the time about the town forest, but it didn't seem to take. They didn't seem to remember that we had a town forest or indeed where it was. So we thought maybe we could do something a little bit different and have the town see the town forest through the eyes of our students. And then they might remember and they would be learning from their own kids and have a different perspective, and that would be nice. So that is what we started. So we had to have a reason to offer to the community as to why we were doing this. So from the Conservation Commission and parents and taxpayer standpoint, it was an opportunity for the students to see examples of the careers that people had when they work in the woods. We had community action because they were always doing stuff and reporting back to the community in terms of what they were learning. It was the connection of the kids to the forest to the town to the kids, the towns to the school. And it helps celebrate the Bathtown Forest, and it's a really fun place to visit. It is our own backyard. And all of the things that were done with a lot of volunteer help.
Yeah, and the bedrock of this project really is the collaboration between the school and the Conservation Commission, the town forest. We really, to highlight what Judy said, we really wanted to move from this sense of we have to ask permission to use this town resource to really having our students and our community feel like it's ours to manage, it's ours to understand, it's ours to contribute to. That our students develop this sense of ownership over the town forest and highlight it for our community. So it transforms our students into stewards of our town forest.
So it was powered by people and professional tools because we just didn't want to make this a one-off where we came into the classroom and talked a bit. We wanted to make a connection with the students so they understood that there were mentors out there that did this kind of work all the time. There were professional foresters, professional wildlife biologists, aquatic specialists. It was real world exposure to what it means to manage a woodlot or a timber area. We also had technical tools that not everybody has access to. We had ArcGIS mapping software and online accounts. We had field equipment that we had first borrowed from Fish and Game, but then we got our own. And that's water quality meters and macro collecting gear. And the guiding document was something that was real because Bruce was the one that developed the town forest management plan. And they were using that as their basis to get information from in terms of getting to know the forest, but also contributing data back to after they were done with all of their studies.
So really, we were able to surround our students with experts and professionals, and they were able to have experiences that you really just can't replicate within the four walls of the classroom. They're able to experience careers like logging, firefighting, and understand how those contribute to our community. And as Judy said, they are able to use real tools that real scientists use because they are real scientists doing real field research.
But not chainsaws.
Not yet, no. Haven't gotten quite chainsaws yet.
And they did, but he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would,
Couple
you know,
years.
yeah.
So the teachers at Bath Village School collaborated with Judy to create a year-long study shifting our forest from being a playground to a science lab. We focused on 3 different pillars. We focused on forestry, aquatic systems, and wildlife management. And our goal was to provide them with access to the professionals. So we were able to bring in wildlife biologists. We were able to bring in trail designers and a bunch of different professionals so they could see firsthand how this would be applied out in the field and also possible career paths for these students in the future.
For the kindergarten through 2nd grade, the forest became a place of discovery. Instead of just reading about an animal in a book, they went outside to be nature detectives. They explored habitats to figure out how local animals like birds and squirrels find food and stay warm. It was a great way for our youngest students to see that the forest isn't just trees, it's a busy home for our wild neighbors. For the 3rd and 4th graders, they took a deep dive into New Hampshire's wildlife. Every student got to choose one animal, like a moose, a barn owl, or a bobcat, and become an expert on it. They went beyond just looking at pictures. They went outside to investigate the habitats and figure out exactly what they need to survive. This project helped them switch from just being curious about animals to thinking like real scientists. The fifth and sixth graders took on a real conservation challenge through the trout in the classroom program. We focused on the brook trout, which is a species of concern here in New Hampshire. We didn't just study them, we actually raised them from eggs to fingerlings right in our classroom. Then we took our research outside to Bedell Brook in the town forest. We tested the water and the habitat to make sure it was healthy enough for the trout to survive. It felt good to know our schoolwork was actually helping to protect a local ecosystem. For the fifth and sixth graders, we wanted to see what scientists look like in the real world. The Bath Fire Department met us in the woods to show us the gear and strategies they used for fighting forest fires. We also took a field trip to the Berlin Fish Hatchery to see aquatic management on a large scale, and New Hampshire Fish and Game showed us an electric fishing demonstration, which was really cool to watch. Finally, Trout Unlimited volunteers taught us fly casting and tying, showing us how conservation connects to outdoor habitats we can enjoy for the rest of our lives. We didn't just use pencils and paper. We utilized the same tools that professional scientists use. We analyzed our data using ArcGIS mapping software and built digital story maps to share our findings online. For our water testing, we started by borrowing professional meters from Fish and Game, but our work was so successful that we were awarded a grant to buy our own. Now, these advanced tools are a permanent part of our science classroom.
So our goal was to make the forest an extension of Bath Village School. We wanted our town forest to be a classroom. We found a balance between skills like literacy and vocab in the classroom, and also taught kids skills like inquiry and fieldwork. We wanted to incorporate different learning styles like journaling, brainstorming, and physically getting out there and doing the work out in the forest. So we also wanted to expose our students to more experiential learning and application. You can see here the crossroad of the NGSS standards. We exposed our students to scientific inquiry through the Trout in the Classroom program. Students were exposed to professional tools, again, like our GIS and our water quality meters. And the students actually made a very large 3D model of our Bedell Brook water stream as well.
We didn't want to keep all this great work a secret. We shared our story everywhere we could, from Facebook posts to reports at the school board meetings. But the coolest part was seeing our project in the newspaper. We were featured in the Eagle Gazette and the Journal Opinion. And we even made the front page of the Bridge Weekly on Christmas Day. It felt really good to show the whole town that our school is capable.
All right, so for our grand finale at the end of the school year, we hosted a school-wide expo showcase for the students in kindergarten through sixth grade to showcase all of their findings from the whole entire year. We didn't just invite the parents, we extended the invitation to the whole entire community. And one parent that visited, community member, was so moved by what he saw, he wrote a beautiful column in the newspaper about what he learned and saw that day.
So this whole project would not have been possible without the many partners that we came along with us on this journey. We had the town and civic, the Conservation Commission, the school board, the select board. All of the boards in town were at least aware of what we were doing if they were not actually helping us. I want to give a shout out to our Bath Public Library, who they had a lot of resources and activities, and they helped teach. And one of their librarians was an ex-school teacher, so she was really helpful in some of the curriculum development. And of course, the fire department, as we explained what they did, don't panic, they didn't set the woods on fire, it was just a demo, we put it out, we were gone, no worries. We had a lot of state and nonprofit help, New Hampshire Fish and Game. I want to give a shout out to their watershed ed and wildlife education programs. They trained the teachers and then they came on site. As you heard, some of the fish and game biologists came out and helped us electrofish again. We all came back safely, don't worry. Project Wild, Project Learning Tree, Watershed Education Program were programs that we're actively using and trained in. And we cannot thank enough the local landowners, farmers, and the parents who stood by us in all of this. And with all the volunteer time that we had, last year we counted over 300 hours of volunteer time. And the program itself cost the school nothing. It was all done for free and resources that we borrowed. And if we did purchase anything, it was through grant money. So it was really a collaborative effort, and we certainly gained a lot in terms of learning more about the town forest than even the Conservation Commission knew. So it was a good thing on all levels. So it had to do with civic contribution. The students contributed the data that they gathered to our natural resources inventory. So they weren't just out there having fun in the woods, although that was part of it. But they also contributed data to our natural resources inventory. Because they did it in such a professional manner, we felt we could accept their data. So now we have another year of data on Mill Brook, and we also have a little bit more knowledge about what kind of creatures are in the brook. We applied New Hampshire Fish and Game protocols, scientific protocols, used the management plan for the Bathtown Forest. So this wasn't just, it was curriculum, but it was curriculum in real life. They were using actual tools and information that professionals would use, and they were doing a very good job of it. And they shared the findings at the Forest Expo, and the word is getting out up there, and conservation commissions and other folks are starting to contact us because they would like to do the same thing. So the gift started internally, it extended out to the community, and now it's going beyond our community. We're very happy to see that, and you can thank these students for that.
So what kind of fueled this whole thing too was an update of the forest management plan, which hadn't been done in 35 years. So we started out by doing that just prior to this process, and then decided that this would be a good effort to put into the school and go through the whole process of what we did. And so we discussed with the kids in detail the inventorying process, talked about pre-planning, brought in aerial photos to show them the forest and how there's different stand cover types, and then showed them where we put the different cruise plots, talked about the process of inventorying, looking at trees, recording data, looking at their health, looking at their age. And then we've gone out in the field and actually looked at that and gone through some of the different forest types, which are areas of similar composition, and discussed with them, what was the formation of this, how old is this, looked at disease, looked at insect damage. And they even had some experience with the hazards out there in the forest, where you came across a yellow jacket nest in the ground, and had a good time that day. Quite a few people got stung, so we had to cancel for that day and then come back later. But it's a good lesson to learn. They'll never forget it. So the biggest thing is giving them a good impression as to, the forest is just not trees, that there's a lot going on out there. And as part of the inventorying process, we're not just looking at the trees, we're looking at the wetlands that might be there, the water. And we talked also at that time, we happened to 2 years ago have storm damage there, and that's where you see the skidder in the picture there. The first year we were up there, he was doing a salvage operation, so they got to witness that, seeing the machinery and the logger pulling the trees out of the woods, seeing the trucks loaded up and take it to the market. So we could talk about that as far as the products. And then, in the process of doing this, of course, the teachers are taking notes, asking questions, and incorporating this into future planning and future studies.
Our youngest students are busy being forest detectives. They are exploring seasons like sorting leaves in the fall and looking for bugs in the spring. They are also focusing on forestry. They adopted trees on campus to watch them grow, and they even had a local tree farm visit to learn how professionals take care of the woods. It's been really cool to see how much the forest changes from season to season. For the third and fourth graders are taking on the role of researchers. Their main goal is to understand exactly how trees grow. They have adopted specific trees right here in our schoolyard so they can visit them easily and often. Every month they go out to measure the circumference of their trees to track how much they are growing. They are learning to use the same measuring skills that professional foresters use. They also track the timing of the seasons, like when the buds first pop open or when the leaves change color. And they record all these changes in their forest journals to keep a record of the year.
The fifth and sixth graders are acting as climate stewards. We are looking at the big picture, specifically how climate change is affecting our local forest. We are partnering with Mount Washington Observatory, but they are also working directly with our Conservation Commission and local forester. We take the big science we take the big science they learned about weather and forests and apply it right here to our own land to see how our trees are handling the changes. Actually, we saw the effects of extreme weather on our very first field trip. We went out to do water quality testing for the trout, but they couldn't do it because the stream was completely dry from the drought. It was a real life lesson on why studying the climate matters. Now we are finishing the year with independent research projects on how these changes affect New Hampshire.
So the bottom line of the project is that our students are scientist stewards and they're civically active. They're contributing to their community and they're building a sense of lifelong responsibility.
So to bring the conversation to a close, we thank you for your attention. And when Bruce and I were asked for a quote for the paper, we came up with these brilliant ideas that you can read on the screen. But it sort of encapsulated our feeling for the entire year. We grew as a conservation commission because we contributed to knowledge to the students, but they also gave us knowledge back. We connected the town with the town forest. Now they know where it is and they know how to get there. We are proud as taxpayers because we see the value of a small rural school and what a small rural school can do with the quality of teaching and principal and staff and students. And it's not easy because we're having a hard time staying funded these days, as I'm sure you're aware. But this is the reason why it's nice to keep it small and nice to keep it local and nice to keep it connected. As a personal note, Bruce and I are married. Congratulations to us. I should give you the full disclosure there. But my point being, back in the day when our sons were going to the Bath Village School, we did a whole watershed year with our sons. And we had the same idea of going out to the schools on a monthly basis, either taking them on field trips or doing a presentation. And it was a whole year of incorporated study. And now we have come full circle and our grandchildren are now at the school. And we are very proud of our grandson Connor and granddaughter Lily. So the circle continues, the connection continues. And if we may have the last slide. The Bath Town Forest, education inspires conservation, and we truly believe that. So thank you very much for allowing us to share that with you today.
Yeah.
No,
me first.
No.
Anne's hand was, I saw Anne's hand first, so that's what I'm reading.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
so much for coming. I'd like to ask the students, has this experience, have you learned about interests you didn't know you had? I realize your program part of the purpose is to learn about future careers. But is there something special that has inspired you with regard to what you've discovered? You could all contribute.
What did you get interested in?
I really liked fighting forest fires. It was really fun when they did the demonstration.
And the chainsaws.
I missed. But it was fun putting out the fire and all that.
I like doing the e-fishing where we like zap the water and caught the trout. That was probably my favorite part.
Probably looking for the bugs in the stream.
You mentioned the electrofishing. I wanted to ask you about that. What exactly did you do? with that?
Well,
What is electrofish? I'm not.
you like
Please explain what it is.
zap the water and then it like freeze fish kind of and
Stun them?
Stun
Yeah.
gun.
Okay.
Fish.
you can catch them.
And as far as the trout eggs in the classroom, is there a certain temperature you need to have when you?
Our fish tank is currently set at 35 degrees.
Wow. Where do you get the eggs?
Fishing game.
They just, okay.
We have a program.
Yep,
around the clock
from the
program.
program. Yep.
Can we do that here, Drew?
That's the first.
Downstairs.
Can we grow our own trout here though?
Get about 200 eggs and then.
Wow.
Angela will help figure it out.
On the presentation, you mentioned that you could tell the difference between conifers and deciduous trees, and you look to learn about nature in the forest. Can you tell the difference between an oak and a maple without the leaves on the trees? Is that anything that, are you able to tell the difference between the trees? in
What
the
would be
forest?
underneath one of
That's
them?
something.
What would you look?
Acorns.
Acorns.
I ask that because the maple run is upon us now, or very close to being upon us. That might be something you look into in the future to tap a few trees. If that's a nice way to generate some
Yeah.
revenue out of the program and learn while you're at it.
We have a field trip planned for March to a local family that makes maple syrup. So as part of our program, our whole school's gonna go.
Awesome.
So it's, yeah, we're
Great
very,
We have
job.
a couple of very young maple trees in our schoolyard.
yes.
Not ready to be tapped yet.
This is normally the high point of most of these meetings, where these kids and schools come and talk about the best good things that you do. After that it is different, okay? So I'm so happy, so heartwarming to hear these things. Couple of things. Now, I know, have you connected with any of the universities and professors scientists who are doing work in, conservation, ecology, to give you some research projects that you can do? I'm a scientist, engineer, and an educator, and when I hear this, it's so amazing. So if you can even reproduce some of the results that they've already done, so you can get additional data or do some original research.
I know our first step is we're collaborating hopefully with our high school, our local high school, and their environmental science classroom. So what they're doing is pretty much the same thing that some of these high school students are getting exposed to, which is really awesome.
But that's a great idea because we are local to
Yeah,
Douglas.
and
Yeah, so
we've collaborated with Mount Washington Observatory this year, so we're able to look at some of their data to help us look at climate change and how things are shifting in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you later sometime. Yeah, this is amazing.
You kids, if you're gonna learn, it's all about data. Just like, it's all about data. I'm right, but it is, it's all about data. This is for each of the students. What animal did you pick to study? You each had to pick an animal, right?
That was third and fourth grade.
Oh, you didn't have to do that?
What animal would you? Moose.
So let me.
The biggest one.
You've been out in the woods. What was the funniest or most interesting thing you saw out in the woods? Something that you remember is like a memorable thing, maybe you went back and told your friends about. It was also.
Oh, I'm not, it's not the bees.
Oh, that's.
Talking about bees is pretty good, yeah.
We came back to school and watched a bee movie because we had.
Hey, so those are a little bit different kind of bees though.
yeah. Sure ones.
I'll never forget stumbling upon a snake's nest. in the
Oh.
woods. That was tough. Go ahead. Oh, good.
Just one thing, you mentioned universities. being in construction, I was doing work up in Dartmouth College. Dartmouth College does have some kind of collaboration with high schools relative. They did a big study in one of the streams somewhere. If you're looking to expand, that might be an opportunity. Last month, I saw this as a 30-acre landowner. I missed seeing you guys last month, so I did look you up. And what I found really interesting when I look into that letter is that I saw a correlation. And I say that because we built our own school in town the past 10 years. And through the bond process, you're supposed to list out the most greatest value property owners when you submit a bond to the New Hampshire Bond Bank, and you're smiling because you know what I'm going to say, that they got together with some of the largest property owners in town, and they were really the ones that were the impetus, I think, of getting this through. So it's just really interesting to read that letter. Very profound as to what they wanted for the future, and here's the future right here in front of us.
It's really fascinating in that the landowner was tired of living in the wilderness.
Yeah.
And that's the very thing that we embrace for it today. So it's a change in perspective, it's a change in time. And they didn't realize what they were starting by purchasing them. They could have said, no, we're not interested, deal with it yourself, but they purchased it. And again, they called it the Bathtown Forest even back then. So
I have a
that's
question
right.
about that. So it was farmed. How much of the land was actually forested in the 1950s?
Most of it was
Most
forested.
of it was already forested. I mean,
It was about 35 acres that was actually, where it's now plantation, was actually hayland or pasture.
Yeah. Now, is that still hayland or pasture, or is that growth?
It either grew up or was planted to red pine, white pine. It was done back in that period where the Soil Conservation Service back then had that soil bank program. And they were going around to some of these abandoned farms and planting them for soil erosion purposes.
Well, it's another great lesson for the students that, you know, in the late 1900s, New Hampshire was a lot less forested than it is today.
Right.
For exactly this reason. Like, so you can tromp around, maybe there, I don't know, but you tromp around a lot of woods in New Hampshire and you run across the stone walls that used to mark the pasture boundaries. And you're like, why did somebody build a stone wall in the woods? Well, they didn't. The woods grew up back. So.
And that's where we're looking to next year, celebrating America's 250th, is we're looking at how we can correlate 250 years of Bath history and what was that looking like at the same time as America being established. So
Yeah,
that's-
I bet you there's some really good history in the Bath town history books, but also if you go look at the state library, it's an awesome resource for legislative debates. In the late 1900s, the state used to take newspaper ads out in European newspapers and foreign language European newspapers to recruit farmers, because so many of our farmers were moving to Boston and other big cities. We were losing all these farms. So maybe Bath was one of those towns where it was depopulating and recruit people to take over the farms. I don't know, but it's just some great historical research you guys.
One quickly, so thank you all for the presentation, especially the youngest of the group. Really excellent job, great public speaking skills. Everything in life is so interconnected, and oftentimes our communities have schools and the community, the town, and it is us and them. And this is just such a great example of not just the connectiveness of like the multidisciplinary approach you took to the education, but the Conservation Commission working with the school, like that is so many of our communities could learn from like that. So like small but mighty, like real example of like what is possible when we work together.
Yeah. Great lesson for everybody. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. All downhill from here. Hearing. We have a hearing with the Merrimack School Board. I'm assuming that are the parties here for that? The school minutes is the other thing. Okay, great. So, you have the option of doing this in a non-public session if you'd like, or for the party in the back. You'd like us to go into non-public, we can go into non-public for this, or if you want to just do it in public, we can do that.
Right here, I'm indifferent. Thank you.
Depending, Is it, are the parents available or?
That's.
That's,
Okay.
so there's, yeah, parent in the back?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so if you guys are comfortable doing it in public, we can do that. So the way we normally do this is the parent, you would come up first. If you want to present oral testimony, you can do that in 10 minutes. We're not rehearing the case, so we've all got the files. If you just want to add or elucidate anything, feel free to just maybe focus our attention on some things that I think are important.
Okay.
Yeah, but please come on up and introduce yourself.
Okay, if I sit or do I need to stand?
You may sit. Please do.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Monroe. I'm a parent of 3 children that are in the Merrimack School District. And I am here because, as you know, I appealed the decision for my children's qualification of the McKinney-Vento Act for homelessness. I think it's just easiest. You guys have all received the documentation regarding the history of myself and the school district as well. And I think it is important that this piece is included because I have been working for the Merrimack School District since 1999. Very committed to the school district, and not only as a teacher, but serving on the MYA Youth Board as a coordinator. My husband was involved in coaching. Merrimack has been my home for many, many years, even before we moved there. I share this piece because it is very, it's an uncomfortable position to be in, to be going against the entity in which I love and work for. So I just wanted to share that piece. My family and I had moved to Merrimack in 2014 and had rented a home, which became my children's childhood home for 10 years and beloved. And unfortunately, with the housing situation, what had happened was our current landlord had decided that he was going to demolish the property to prepare for his retirement to build a duplex or a townhouse in its place. That proved to be very traumatic for my children. At that point, I had a senior in high school at Merrimack. My daughter was in 10th grade, I believe, and then I had 2 younger children as well. That we really, it was the 11th hour when this was happening and there was nowhere for my family to go. We did not have suitable housing for a family of 6. And according to the New Hampshire state guidelines, even being a professional and working, my family is considered low income. Merrimack has become increasingly more expensive, and with the housing crisis, we had nowhere to live. And it was the 11th hour in which we really had nowhere that we were going to go. My son was graduating, and thankfully a friend had reached out and explained that she had an available space that we could stay, to which that's the only reason that we are where we are, is because that was the only thing that was available. So I'm here because I look at the definition of homelessness and I don't think we meet it according to the actual terms, but there's really nowhere else for us to go. We've been actively trying to get back into Merrimack. I cannot afford to teach in the community, to live in the community in which I teach, which is very difficult. My children, Merrimack is all they've ever known. I just feel that we are kind of in between a rock and a hard place because I have tried actively, like I said, to get back there. We are, a friend is letting us stay in a property that she owns and we have nowhere else to go. So my children, it's their home and I don't know what else to say to, it's just, I would really appreciate the opportunity to allow them to receive services. My hands are tied. We're low income, but not low income enough to receive assistance from the town welfare department, which I've reached out to. Low income housing in Merrimack. The only thing that will be available for us is a 900 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath for a family of 6. So I am in a very vulnerable situation in which I sit before all of you, and just hoping that my children are able to receive really what they deserve.
Any questions? Yeah, thank you for your testimony. So now the school has an opportunity to come as well.
May I go back?
You may. Okay, yes.
Thank you for allowing us to
present to you. First, let me say that Jen Monroe has been a highly respected teacher in our school district for many years. At least pleased to say that we've had some very kind, caring, and respectful conversations. You have read the hearing officer's report. It was in June of 2024 that Jen explained to me that the homeowner was raising the property to redevelop it. At that time, she did not have a viable alternative for residing in Merrimack, and I made a decision that she would qualify under McKinney Vento, and I would allow her children to remain in Merrimack, even though there was a likelihood that she was not going to be able to reside in Merrimack. So she moved, they did move to Milford, but I made the decision that it was in the best interest of her children to remain in the school of origin, which was Merrimack. But I did indicate, and that was in June of 2024, I did indicate that at the end of the year, June of 2025, I would have to reassess the situation and her residential situation, which I did, and indicated to her that she would no longer be able to remain, or the children would no longer be able to remain in the Merrimack School District, because my responsibility to the Merrimack community was to uphold the residency statute, and that she would have to enroll children in Milford, where she resided. The residence in Milford, as you've read in the report, is fixed, it's regular, and it's adequate. It's not a transitional center, it's not a hotel, a motel, a campground, or homeless shelter. It's a two-family, it's a duplex, 1,000 square feet for the family. It's regular since they go there every day. That's where they return every day and they sleep at night. And it's, as I say, it's adequate. It's over, I believe, 1,000 square feet. It's either an upstairs or downstairs apartment. So I made that determination, and Jen, and I understand, she loves her children, wants to do the best for them, has appealed it, and that's how we have brought up before you. We did have the hearing officer, and you have the hearing officer's report that based on the 3 different criteria of fixed, regular, and adequate, that they were in fact not homeless, and therefore should be, in my interpretation, should be enrolled in the Milford School District and not in the Merrimack. And as I say, it kind of pains me to be here in this position because we've had a very wonderful working relationship. I have a lot of respect for Jen, and but as I said, my responsibility is to the town and to follow the residency statute. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for coming. I'm curious, you mentioned best interest. While in your estimation, the family doesn't qualify for McKinney Vento, or if you say it, was a best interest placement even a consideration on your part?
Not at that time, because there was a question of whether or not the family was going to be able to move back into the property that had been redeveloped on the same site on 5 Jennifer Drive in Merrimack. What we recently learned is back right at the end of January 30th, that property was sold. So at that time, there was still some uncertainty as to whether or not she and the family would be able to move back to that property. I did speak with the developer of that property, and he was hoping that he was unsure at that time what he was going to do, whether he was going to develop it for rental property or for sale. It was sale, and the closing was on January 30th of this year. So that had not come up at the time.
Aside from that, though, you could make a decision that it would be in the best interest of these children to remain. That was never a consideration on your part?
Not at the time. That is not to say that it wouldn't be in the future. But, when I look at the statute and all of the criteria for residency, they don't meet that statute, and I don't believe it would be a hardship for them to enroll the children, the family to enroll the children in the Milford. I will say in this situation, and like in other situations where there's a question of residency, I do get calls or emails from taxpayers who complained. Now, I did not receive many. I received two, two actual calls. That was a year and a half ago. And I didn't provide much information. I said I will look into it because I did not want to violate any of their privacy.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. What are the options, according to you, what are the options that these three children have at this point?
Well, the options are to either enroll in Milford for the next school year. I would never, at this point in the year, I would never require a family to move their children out of a local school district. That is not something I would never do. So they could enroll, which I would expect in Milford. They could seek a best interest placement, although since they are a resident of Milford, they would have to work with the Milford public schools also in terms of the best interest placement in Merrimack.
In the fall of 26.
Yeah,
Not
that's correct.
now.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, please know that they will absolutely finish the school year in Merrimack. And I allowed, and Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, they have a senior this year. If a family moves out of any community that I've ever worked in, and they have a child going into their senior year, I will always, at the request of the family, allow that child to finish that senior year if they've been with their cohorts for a number of years in the school district.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Discussion.
So is that the only option? Is best interest?
Well, Superintendent Olson, this has no bearing on this actual case in our decision, but just out of, I think, curiosity for the board, has Merrimack initiated an open enrollment program for the coming year? I know that we have a bill that is working its way that might change things, but under the current open enrollment, have you done that?
We have not had our deliberative session nor the ballot question yet, but we have a warrant article
Okay.
that is being presented.
Okay.
I dealt with for many years in Massachusetts, school choice, which is somewhat similar.
Yeah, they have a variation of open enrollment in Mass, right? It's not
Yes.
the same exact.
That's correct.
Something, yeah.
And so, we met with our legislative delegation, 8 of the 9 legislators on Monday evening of this week to discuss the universal open enrollment and some of the questions that are attendant with that particular amendment.
Notwithstanding the law that's the bill that's going through the legislature, you guys have a warrant article for your own.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right. May not pass, it might get, and it really doesn't have any bearing on our decision. I'm just sort of curious as we're thinking about options the students might have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think what's in front of us is McKinney Vento.
Yeah.
And fixed, regular, adequate housing, whether the current location qualifies as fixed, regular, and adequate. And I personally find it hard to not see this as fixed, regular, adequate residency. My optimal is not the conversation, fixed, adequate. That I do find the conversation, because regardless of what happens in the legislature or on their ballot, which is another like potential future option, but that's all potential. The idea of best interest as an option over the course of the months that remain in the school year to have that conversation between the family.
What I didn't appreciate was that it's no longer in his hands.
Yeah.
Because they reside in
Correct.
Milford.
Right.
What I do appreciate is the attitude of the school district and the respect they have for the parent and her child to have accommodated thus far and to also recognize the senior year in the aspect. So that I respect that position. And I that came across loud and clear. And I like that.
Also in the correspondence, I have to say to both parties, Mrs. Monroe, your advocacy for your children was incredibly thorough, detailed, and well argued and respectful of both parties. We don't always see that, and that was really, spoke a lot to the respect it appears that both parties have for each other. It certainly came across in the correspondence and in testimony today, which is nice to see. But I think getting to the point that Phil raised is, we're bound by statute, so, and we're bound by definitions. And I think the hearing officer, as I read his report, I saw no reason to second guess his conclusions on the housing situation. So.
I make a motion to accept the hearing officer's report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And I just want to say to Monroe, like, we hear you. You are not at all the first family that we've had in a housing situation where the rapid increase in price has created a very difficult situation. And we have now had multiple McKinney-Vento cases that are driven by that. And we are bound by the statute. We can't go beyond that. But we hear you and feel for you, and it's, I know you're in a tough situation.
And please know that we will continue to work with as much care and respect as possible.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me out, and I do think just the importance of knowing that this is not just a teacher in Merrimack, New Hampshire. It is a crisis statewide, and it is very difficult to be a hardworking middle-class family and know that, yes, I'm my children's biggest advocate, and my youngest two just have been diagnosed with anxiety because of the trauma to losing their home and not having anywhere to go. So it's protecting them, and the best interest really is for their social emotional health. And it's just a very difficult position to be in. And I hope that we as a state and as different communities look into how we can help this class that's not quite in need of state assistance, but not quite able to do it on their own. And again, I have a degree. I'm a professional working class, and it's very difficult. So I really do hope that the messaging is heard. So thank you for that piece. That does mean a lot.
You are nowhere near alone. You're right. It's a statewide issue, and we have seen it here multiple. So maybe you're having this hearing in public will help trigger some more conversation.
I hope so.
So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
We're a board who demonstrate that best interest is paramount to us.
Well, these are tough situations, and how many times have we had now in Vento cases because of the price of housing? Almost all the ones that we've had, at least in the last several years, have been a housing situation where they had been in for a length of time, was no longer available, and then getting something on the market was not an option.
Question, the district made a general statement that most superintendents, most districts, given the student going into their senior year, would do something similar. Is that an accepted statement, or is that?
Look, I'm just going by his experience. So I don't have any reason to doubt in his experience that was the case.
In general, it'll get approved by the local school board as well. The superintendents will usually come to the local board. It's that question of the local board, since the local board is the manages potential affairs of the community. Superintendent really doesn't have, if the students now move out district, it's kind of out of their realm, but they'll ask the board, would you be willing to have the student continue their senior year? As a former local board member, we would say absolutely yes, of course.
I see it makes total sense. It's in the child's best interest.
Sounds
It was a broad enough statement that I just wanted, it sounds like it's.
to me, it always sounds as though the Merrimack board is.
Yeah.
It's a student focused board.
The other options, it's not enough now, but maybe not all of this, some sort of open enrollment situation that way. Wow, could move. Board living, but that's all in here. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We have Colby Sawyer College up next.
They don't stop.
Good evening, everyone. Steve Alfrey, Division Director of the Department of Education. I am covering for Laura, although probably not effectively. She is away. So first up, we have Colby Sawyer College, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tanya Sturts to introduce it.
Oh, I don't know all of, do you have all those?
Sorry,
credits?
yes,
You
I
actually,
do.
see, I'm telling him, Laura gave him a
We
note
have
with
Dr.
all
Amy,
their.
Dr. Amy Lyon,
Yes.
Associate Professor of Social Sciences and Education, and Dr. Randy Hansen, Colby Sawyer Dean and Professor at the School of Business and Social Science.
Yes, because if I would have done it, I really would have butchered it. So I am just here representing the co-chair of CTE because our two program reviewers were unavailable. So I'm gonna share something that they wanted me to say, and then I'm gonna pass it to Colby Sawyer. Our team took a close look at Colby Sawyer's proposed elementary education K-6 preparation program, including a site visit on October 8th with faculty, students, administrators, alumni, and school partners. Overall, the program is strong, especially the student-centered approach, solid community partnerships, and a clear multi-step candidate assessment system with a year-long clinical experience. They recommended a conditional approval because of three areas that they're working on, and they've already started. So I really want Colby Sawyer to talk about those three areas with a report due in 6 months to confirm those pieces are in place. So I'm going to pass it to you because they've already begun the work.
Hi, I'm Amy Lyon, and I would be the program coordinator. So one of the areas was that I need help. And so the Colby Sawyer has agreed to hire 2 more faculty to build the program. One is a clinical director to oversee all the clinical work for our teacher candidates, and the other is to replace a child development faculty member who retired a couple years ago. So there will be 3 of us. We are in the process right now of doing that. We've got interviews have started with the clinical director person, and we've got lots of applicants for the child development one, but we're doing one search committee at a time. So that's one of the conditions. Second condition is that we align our outcomes for 2 of the courses, the methods course for math and for literacy, with the state standards. And we've done that for math. And I've got some irons in the fire for the literacy one, the literacy course, which will be offered next spring. We're already teaching the math one now. So that's, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a no-brainer and easy to accomplish. The third objective or condition is to actually present an overall program assessment and with the continuous improvement cycle built in. And so we've done that. It just needs to be articulated and then put back to the review team to make sure that it's up to snuff. It's good enough for their approval. So we're well on our way. I see no reason at all why this should not be standing up in the fall.
I'm reading through the report on page 8, referring back to what you just stated. How is that hiring going?
It's going really well. We've got some great candidates. Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm really excited about that. So I haven't dug in too deeply to the child development ones yet, but the clinical director ones with whom we've got lots of applicants for that. So I'm sure something will happen there. But the clinical director, that process is very exciting.
How many students, I'm sure it's in here, would the clinical director be overseeing?
So that person would, whatever the cohort is for the full year of the culminating experience. So it would be that cohort. We've had as few as 1 and we've gone up to 10. So we're hoping to build that. Like, to me,
That's expensive, having to hire one person to oversee one person.
1 person, right? However, this person will also be teaching. So they'll have a smaller teaching load, 2 credit courses. They'll be overseeing that, and the year-long clinical experience. They'll also be in charge of the capstone, which every Colby Sawyer student has to do. And so our vision for that is that that typically happens senior year. So that person, the clinical director, will also be in charge of making sure that the capstone is happening within the first clinical experience, and the write-up will take place the second, and then everybody presents on a day at the end of Colby Sawyer. But it will be an action research project that will be relevant, real, that kind of thing, as opposed to, I don't know, some of the others that take place. I'm just gonna say that. But so that person will be in charge of the capstone process, which will be year-long in conjunction with their culminating experience, but also providing support for seminar. I mean, I'm a graduate of Colby Sawyer a long time ago, and our clinical experience was very different. It was more of a gotcha kind of thing, like the people would just show up unannounced. This is very, very different, very supportive. So that person would be in charge of that as well, along with teaching 2 credits of 2 other courses that have to do with methods and professional standards, those kinds of things.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
If you can elucidate for us, the last statement is ensure that a scientifically backed approach to literacy instruction is explicitly incorporated in CHI 325 and other courses where reading and writing instruction is the focus.
Yeah.
Can you give examples of what that might be?
I am not the expert, which is why I'm asking for help with that.
Yeah.
So that is not my expertise. I taught 4th and 5th grade for a long time. My students came to me reading to learn, not learning to read for the most part. So.
Do you think it's going in the phonetic direction?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Science of reading. It should be based on that.
I will say that we just connected today, and I'm gonna connect her with some of my faculty leading the literacy pieces from Kent State. So
Yeah.
that's one of the many fires. So she's reaching
Yeah.
out to other institutions as well.
I've been in contact with Kate McCaffrey from here as
Yep.
well. So,
So thank you.
yes.
On the program assessment, when do you anticipate that to be complete?
The program assessment.
Yes.
We've got the actual outline of all the components. It's just a matter of articulating it and Laura Wisleski has been working with me on that. So she's removed herself. She recused herself from being the other chair of the boards and has.
So that'll be completed within the 6 months?
Oh, yeah, that should be completed within 3 weeks. Yes. Yep.
I make a motion that the State Board of Education move to grant conditional approval to Colby Sawyer College for the elementary education teacher, grades K through 6, professional educator preparation program for a period of 1 year with an anticipated program launch and initial candidate enrollment beginning fall 2026. As a condition of approval, Colby Sawyer College shall submit a progress report within 6 months of the state board approval, addressing the following requirements: hiring of 2 faculty to support PEP no later than April 2026, and finalization and initial implementation of the program assessment system.
I think Phil got it.
Now Phil got it.
That was good.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Great
job.
Thank you. Mind you.
You have a lot on your shoulders, right?
Yeah, that's all good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Number 2, still covering for Laura. We have NHCI here, and Cynthia Lucero will introduce her companions, and we have Dr. Daphne McCurdy, who led the review team.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Lucero, and with me is Dr. Hector Awikak, Vice President of Academic Affairs and Workforce Education, and Dr. Paula Del Bonis Platt, who is the Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs.
Over to you.
Should I be good? Great. It was an absolute pleasure for the review team. We visited in October of 2025. We were reviewing 9 programs through the NHTI Community College. One of the things that I really want to highlight about the NHTI Teacher Education Conversion Program is that this program was designed to meet critical shortage areas. And so when you look at the 9 different licensure areas that NHTI had reviewed, that really is a mission of the institution, as well as really thinking through and taking very seriously their commitment to workforce development around Concord and beyond. That being a really core to their mission, as a program review team, we were really charged with looking across candidate assessment systems, program assessment systems, curricular matters, and clinical partnerships and practice. One of the recommendations that came out of the 2018 report was that there was a stronger system with the transcript review process at the point of application, keeping in mind that individuals who apply to the NHTI Teacher Education Conversion Program often have degrees within their content. And so the process at the beginning of the application period is that members of the NHTI admissions team will do a transcript review to ensure that all of those ED 500s are covered. That recommendation was taken very seriously by the institution, and there is a very thorough review process, and it is understood across the admissions team, led by Cynthia and her department. And so the 2025 review team felt that that was a recommendation and just a place where NHTI really took very seriously, again, what the findings of the previous review. NHTI continues to have an incredibly strong candidate assessment system, a very coherent and connected curriculum across all of the courses that are required. There is a very strong program assessment system, very clear data metrics. The institution uses the New Hampshire Teacher Candidate Assessment of Performance. There are interviews along the way to ensure that dispositional standards are met. And there's an incredibly long-standing and strong advisory board that offers external stakeholder perspectives, and again is a really critical part of that continuous improvement measurements. Any questions that I can answer for the board from the report, and then I can either turn it over or we can talk about some of the recommendations. Yes.
I think this might be linked at page 14, but I was curious if you had interviewed current students who were in the pipeline prior to and during the transition. So I'm curious, I saw flattering things that students said, but were they asked specifically about their experience of the transition and how that impacted?
So yes, there were a couple of pieces, and this comes from a very small sample size, but what we heard from current students and very recent graduates is that they felt that the level of advising that they received from NHTI was above and beyond any of the academic advising that they had received from previous institutions. So in terms of candidates being very clear about what the programmatic expectations were, licensure expectations, steps for licensure, our evidence pointed to that the candidates were incredibly clear about what their program and all of the key points were. So there wasn't this a lack of confusion with not knowing who to go to for what. I think the transition that you're talking about is also as NHTI has gone through some merging of departments. That did not come up as a point of confusion or that there was any gaps that were surfacing because of those like the merging and the organizational changes happening at NHTI.
So general students have felt well supported.
Yeah.
I mean, on that advising point, considering these students come in with bachelor's degrees, that's high praise. To say that your advising stood out to them, that's really impressive. Yeah.
I thought very comprehensive report. Thank you. And I just a comment, page 13, the pre-bold statements on your mission and your values. The mission NHTI cultivates potential in every learner. Values, we love who we are and who we serve. We are responsible for ourselves, our college, and our community. I don't hear that too often, that word responsible. So, thank you. You should go.
I have a question for NHTI, just so, some of the board members have not been on here, weren't on the board. I think the last time you guys were before us, a couple of years ago. So, just to sort of understand how your program works, can you just give us, I get it, but I think it'd be useful to sort of do a review of the students who come in. So can you give us a picture of who your students are in terms of, I know a lot of them are teachers who are getting another certification, but I would imagine some are not and want to go into teaching. So can you just give us a picture of what it's like and how you deal with those different groups?
Absolutely. So when the program was originally founded, it was really based on adult learning theory. And historically, I think we had a lot more second career or career changers. But now we have people coming out right with a bachelor's degree at 22 who want to get licensed and, they decided to change their career path. We do.
So can you, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm really, that fascinates me just because you would get a bachelor's degree somewhere else and then like very quickly say, yeah, I changed my mind. I want to teach. I'm going to go to NHTI instead of my alma mater. Like from your experience, to the extent you can help us understand those people, like what are they looking for and what are they getting licensed in? Can you give us some insight?
Absolutely. So I think the students who are coming to us, who are right out of college, who graduate and then next semester come to us, they got far enough in their program that they said, you know what, I want to continue my program and then not go for teacher licensure. Let's just stop at the bachelor's degree. And then they realized, you know what, I got a job substitute teaching or a paraprofessional. And then they said, you know what, I didn't realize how much I was going to love this. And so then they transition and then they come to us. In New Hampshire, we have a lot of folks who are on site-based learning plans and we support them through that. But we also I've had pharmacists who come to us and they say, I always wanted to be a teacher and my parents told me no, because you weren't going to make enough money. And then I made all my money and now, now I want to come back and I really want to do what I set out to do. And now I'm going to be a chemistry teacher. So we have a variety of people who come to us and it is wonderful that we can support them where they're at. Part of the original mission was to meet folks where they're at. So we allow students to do their practicum or student teach anywhere in the state, which, sometimes that causes us driving, quite far. But we really, have stuck by that mission. And I'm so grateful that the college has allowed that. We do, like I said, have also, or like Mr. Klein said, we have folks who are adding an endorsement as well. So for instance, if I am, a third grade teacher in Manchester and recognize that I have a lot of students who come to us, come to me not knowing English. So they might want to add English as, ESL teaching license as pathway to support the students that they already have.
So for those students who are, the pharmacist is a great example, like somebody who was in one field and they said, I want to switch to teaching. You do a transcript review, right? What if they have no overlap? I mean, they've got a general education bachelor's degree, or maybe they have some science classes, but are you guys able to offer them, look, here's everything you need to be licensed, and you're just it's here. How does that work if somebody comes in not from the teaching field?
So if you, for instance, in the example of the pharmacist, our science folks will review those transcripts against the science standards for that particular licensed area. So for instance, chemistry, and make sure all of those standards have been met. Sometimes we do say you need to take XYZ class. And for the most part, NHTI has been able to offer that. Sometimes we will send them to other institutions to be able to get those science standards, but we offer all of the actual education classes.
So you're mapping it to our requirements for the teacher. So we have the licensure requirements and you're saying, okay, I see you've got a bachelor's in whatever. We're mapping your transcript with all of these where you don't have a box checked. We will make sure you get it.
Correct.
Right? That's pretty good.
I was wondering, Chairman Klein's point, why are these students not staying at their traditional four-year institutions where they got their bachelor's? I suspect your price point is a big driver in that, right?
Well, they're gonna be making less money, so.
But it's, you know, I would think you're much more competitive cost for these particular students than a traditional four-year institution.
Yeah, that certainly, I'm sure, is very tempting. But sometimes we have people coming from other states or an online program or places that don't offer a educator pathway. So then that's where we fill in.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, is some number of these students attended an institution that did not have an approved educator preparation program. They may have an ed studies program, but they don't have the next.
Interesting. All right. Well, your reviews are great. I mean, that's how we always like to say, and they were, before, we've had a lot of good things said about the program.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm just gonna add one other piece to that, and that is sometimes that we don't think about this, but a typical program that's 4.5 years long is full, especially if it's elementary education. So what we do see happen as well is junior year, a student may decide mid-junior year, hey, I'm doing this, but I want to do that.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is they're already so far down the road. It's far more cost effective, as was pointed out, to finish what they're doing and then attend an HTI.
Okay.
Makes sense.
What are you guys looking at? Maybe you don't have an answer to this, but so we've got these programs, right? You've got what you offer now. Are you hearing from potential students demand in certain areas? Are you thinking about adding new programs? What's it like?
The biggest two licensure pathways right now are special education and ESOL, or English speakers of other languages. Those are the two biggest ones we have. We have certainly, as a college, thought about different pathways that we can add. I think we had come before. I'm relatively new to this position, so Kelly Dunn, who had been the developer of the program, actually retired a few years ago. So I think, getting a good, solid standing, getting this out of the way, and now we're going to have a little bit more time to be thinking about how we could possibly expand.
Great. Anybody else? All right, Motor.
State Board of Education moves to grant full approval for the 9 licensure-only professional educator preparation programs listed below for 6-year period through February 27th, 2032. Chemistry teacher, English from speakers of other languages, life science teacher, mathematics teacher, middle level mathematics teacher, upper level physical sciences teacher, grade 7 through 12, physics teacher, grade 7 through 12. Science teacher, grade 5 through 8, and special education teacher, ages 5 through 22. All programs are approved as licensure-only programs with an expiry date of February 27th, 2032.
Second.
Oops, not done. A progress report requirement within 6 months of the board approval. NHTI shall submit a progress report for review by the Council for Teacher Education and subsequent approval by the State Board of Education. The report shall document implementation of actions addressing strategic planning for sustainable staffing, workload balance of enroll delineation and distributed leadership as required to ensure long-term viability and continued compliance with ED 605 resource standards. The progress report shall address at a minimum the following areas: strategic staffing, academic planning, distributed leadership, workload balance, and role delineations.
Second.
Boy.
Oh, just, you got it. Don't go in jeopardy.
What is second?
Congrats. Thank you for
very
that.
much.
Good job.
Thank you.
Two things. One, I think we've set the official record for longest.
Dear.
Yeah.
Sorry, seconds.
Yes, and so I just want to let the board know, I believe we've gone over about 1,900 individuals on site-based plans.
Yeah.
Currently, 7 years ago, we had 300.
Well, can you, off the top of your head, do you know the percent? I know it's close to 50% of all endorsements. If I remember right, do you know the percentage of endorsements?
I think we've gone over 50. So if we look at pathways to how individuals obtain their endorsement, I believe now we're over 50% are site-based.
Wow.
Versus, now, some of those site-based may be going through one of our institutions, but they're on site-based.
Wow, that's That is really tough.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, let's take a break before we get to the charter schools, just so
You get coffee and then.
we have a working Keurig.
Yes.
And it turns out one of the other ones is, that we thought wasn't working is two. So there's two operational computers in there. Yeah.
Considering there's gonna be a line for the Keurig, this might be a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Nowhere.
Daughter's trip is.
No,
Joey,
no.
was that your
Marriott Flowers.
Where you staying?
Marriott.
Yeah, no, we don't. That's,
All right.
that's a good up across.
So we're back. We've got.
I get it. I have
Office
to
of
deal
Public
with
Charter
that.
Schools.
Good morning, Tal Bear with the charter school office. We have today, again, Mile Away Public Charter School with a charter application, and just to sort of refresh everybody's memory, they initially appeared before the board at a special board meeting back in November that was held at the Birches School in Salem. There were some questions, concerns about the application that y'all had requested to be addressed. They returned to the next board meeting, which was held in Keene the following month. To make some revisions or a few further questions asked. The following month, the board meeting was packed, so they are now back this month to present their revisions. Tracy Corhonen, she can introduce her team, and there you go.
Thanks, Tal.
Brought cookies, it always works.
These were the promised cookies by Yankee chef John Sullivan.
Oh.
He wanted to follow through with his word, so
Wow.
they're butter pecan. It's not a bribe, I promise. With our word, so, but there are nuts, if there's probably dairy and gluten and nuts, so for anybody that might.
I do have to drive home, by the way. Good structure, big mistake.
You can't say
Oh,
no.
God. That is. I'm gonna see what's left over when it goes around. They'll look really good.
He did make a note, so you each could have one. He asked me how many there were.
I can't fit my kids already, so.
He said he was sorry he couldn't make it today.
It's what they tell parents to do when they go to IEP meetings, to bring cookies to the IEP team.
They over here.
Really good, really good.
Thank you for having us back and giving us the opportunity to refine and bring some more detail to our charter school application regarding the primary program. I submitted some changes at the end of several different versions of the changes. Tal let me know that it would be a 2027 approval at this point. So I did go ahead and update the timeline starting on page 5 to reflect a 2027 approval instead of a 2026 approval. So just adjusting different milestones along the way. Yep. Yes, I'm sorry. So this is Kathy Stewart. She's also one of our board members. She was an integral part of helping with these revisions this time around. This is Linda Wolf, and she's a parent. And this is our lawyer. You might know him, Bob Bess. And then this is Linda's partner behind us, Stephen Bennett.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, please. I just dive right in, but no problem. Yeah, and so last time you'd asked me to review the changes, and I wanted to ask what approach you'd like us to take today. Sure.
Yeah, whatever changes and updates you've made.
Of course. So there's one change that was made throughout the application, which was one of the primary driving factors of the changes, which was shift from a weekly check-in to a daily check-in, and then descriptions around how that check-in would occur between the parents and the teachers. So throughout the application, that's noted that the check-in with the families would be a daily occurrence.
Do you have a page number where the main explanation of that is?
Sure. We added another exhibit. And so that's at the very, very end of the document. We want to be able to go into enough of detail to answer all the questions and concerns. So that's a primary location where you could say all of these changes are summarized together. That would be page 346. and it's the parent-teacher communication policy.
There's a short narrative within the body up ahead that brings you to this. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, inside the 50 pages, the word, anytime the word daily, weekly occurred, it was substituted with daily, so it's kind of throughout those 50 pages.
I did. So,
Okay.
yeah, but I just didn't, I wanted to see where you had it laid
Yeah.
out.
So one of the sections that we focused on was in the education plan on page 24. That specifically addresses the parent involvement and daily check-ins.
What page is that?
Page 24.
Thank you.
And also page 11. So those two pages together clarify the check-ins and the partnership between the parents and the families.
In digging in and reading it, can you just clarify, just so I don't have to read it in 4 or 5 different places, is this phone, Teams, how would you describe that daily contact?
A dojo app, class dojo app, where there's a profile for each student. And that student has a place where the parent can upload their work that they did in that moment or that day.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a primary daily check-in method.
So it's detailed to what they did in that day.
Images of work samples, if it's a project, images of them working on that project with like a caption that describes, and that caption would match the objectives to the assignments for that day that the teacher would be sending the week before. So it's under the partnership with families section on page 11.
How many, I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, how many days currently would the remote aspect be, or is there flexibility in the remote aspect? How is that set up currently?
During the lottery process, the parents select how many days they have to come every week. They would select how many days they want their child to come to the school. And then we have like a data engineer sort of spreadsheet that all the cells communicate with each other on the different tabs, and we're able to enter those dates and that grade level of that student. So it keeps track of what class they're in, as well as how many students are enrolled for that day.
The range of choices is between 1 and 5.
Yes. Yep.
So they need to be present at least 1 day a week at this point, and any days that they are remote, they're given objectives for the days off, and every day towards the end of the day, they have to, through that app or that platform you mentioned, follow up with how their child adhered to those goals for the day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In addition to the virtual daily check-in, there's like a homework packet that goes home with the children. So they'll be taking workbooks, they'll be taking assignments home with them to complete. So the parent may be providing an image of that completed worksheet, saying that they, for that chapter, that lesson, the parents may provide an example of their child counting things out, one-to-one correspondence. So there's different ways that the parent can show evidence of the child completing that objective. And then that worksheet would go back with the students when they return to school the next.
So let's say a class has several students who have chosen for 3 days. And they may touch. Who determines what day of the week they're in class? Is that the parent's schedule? So you might have a kid in class Monday, but not the rest of the week, the kid in class Wednesday, but not the other days of the week.
So we developed a schedule that is like balances out those days of the week. So we would offer 1 day a week on Monday or Friday. So we would know we would only have those 1 day a week students on Mondays or Fridays. And then we would offer a couple different choices for 2 days a week and 3 days a week and 4 days a week. So when we're looking at maximum enrollment using that data engineer spreadsheet, when you look at the maximum enrollment for each day, you know that if there's a child who's enrolled Monday through Wednesday, and then you also have 1 day a week child and children enrolled on Mondays, what that total enrollment is for that day. That's how we know when our lottery has been maxed, when we need to go to lottery, when those numbers have been maxed for the grade level.
So I'm thinking for the teachers, so if you've got a class that's got several kids, say most of your classes 5 days a week, but you've got multiple kids who are 2, 3, 4 days at home, and they're different days. So the teacher's gonna have to create those homework packets for the kid who's home 4 days, create a homework packet for a kid who's home 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. And each of those packets will be different based on the day when the kid is there. So it's not something teacher can pull off a shelf. She's gonna have to create new packets for every child every week. Send them home. Just logistically, when is she gonna do that? How does that work? What do these packets entail? Is it worksheets? Is it worksheets and like go watch a video? Is it an assignment to, I know it's gonna differ between classes. I'm just trying to get a sense of how you envision that working. Because you have it here a lot, which I think a lot of us like, of going to museums and doing these kind of field trips and outdoor learning experiences, and nobody here, I think, is opposed to that. But just trying to get a sense of how it works, just how the teachers track it and monitor it. So when you guys were thinking about this and putting it together, how do you see it working for the teacher?
Good question. Thank you. We will have one teacher that is assigned to those full-time students. So the teachers are all planning together. So there'll be multiple teachers in a multi-age classroom. This multi-age classroom will be K1 and 2. So the idea is you'd have at least 3 or 4 teachers and paraprofessionals in that classroom. They're working as a team to plan the lessons Monday through Friday. The teacher who's there 5 days a week handles, they're assigned the students who are 4 or 5 days. So they're responsible for that child's portfolio, for that, they're the primary touch point for that parent or that child. And then one teacher is assigned for the first half of the week. And then the second half of the week, that teacher is able to support those students while they're at home. So that could be like virtual office hours. We also added virtual and in-person office hours for administration for hybrid families every week. So there's multiple ways that parents can check in on the days that they're learning from home with both administration and the teacher. And so that teacher is available for those students who are at home to support the parents or support the children. And that's also when they have the time to create all those packets. We would be ordering a workbook for the child for ELA from CKLA. We'd be ordering a workbook from Illustrative Math for math. And that workbook, just like when I was a kid, you had the homework folder and its homework is not complete. And then you move it to the other side of the folder and the homework is complete. And when you get to school, either the teacher goes through and pulls that work out, or there's a homework hand-in bin and you put your homework folder in that bin. And then the teacher pulls it out. It would be very similar, where there would be a folder that would have the child's workbook, and they would be following the same learning that the students who are 5 days a week are doing, but they would be guided by their parent at a place of their choice. So could be lots of different places where they might be working on these things. And then they bring that physical object back to school with them the next day that they return, and they hand it into the teacher. So the teachers are assigned students that match their schedule, so to speak. And then another teacher would be at the end of the week working with those students who are enrolled Wednesday through Friday, supporting those students at home on Monday and Tuesday. And
So just so I understand, I
yes.
think I got it. Right?
Yeah.
So that teacher who's assigned to the kids who are only in class Thursday, Friday, she also monitors them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday when they're at home. Right? So those are like her students.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But the teachers all plan together, so the curriculum is the same
Right.
for all those students in that grade level. And it might be a little bit less grade level because it's a multi-age classroom where that student is. So if a student is accelerating in math, they might be technically in second grade math, but they're a first grader. Or if they're struggling in reading, or they're a really young first grader and they just turned 6 at the start of first grade, they might be in a lower reading group, or developmentally appropriate reading group for their age. Just because they're in first grade doesn't mean there could be a 7-year-old entering first grade and a 6-year-old entering first grade, and there's a big difference between that age developmentally.
Tracy, or to get to your question, when you're talking about what do these packets look like, and was it worksheets or videos or things? I want to get you a chance to talk about that. I think it's much more complex than just do these couple of worksheets and bring them back. But I want you to have a chance to really kind of elaborate on that.
It will definitely look different from high schooler than it will for a younger elementary school student. And the idea is that we're creating independent thinkers who understand themselves as learners, who know what they're interested in, leaning towards competency-based learning when they're in high school. So can they show that they're competent in this area? Can they demonstrate? Can they pass a test? Versus when they're younger, we're working with them in small groups and we're giving them more, we're more so telling them what they're learning and when they're learning it. And we're of course bringing in their interests and their curiosity. So it might look more like packets that is more responsible between the parent and the teacher when they're younger. So it could be, you know, work on this project at home, and that's where the parents is taking pictures, do these worksheets. So there's like skills and drills learning, and then there's project-based learning. So a child needs to practice their addition, subtraction, multiplication, facts. That's often done through some sort of paper and pencil, but they can also practice multiplication through like baking something and multiplying the recipe by 2 or 3. You know, if you have this many board members and are each going to eat 2 cookies and the recipe only makes 2 cookies, how many cookies?
That's a good assignment.
Things like that. So it'll be a combination of real life learning experiences that are project based, but also these skills and drills worksheet that align with the curriculum that we're following. As the children progress, we help them to be more autonomous and more responsible for handing in their assignments. Things will move more towards Google Drive, shared access, where the student will have, you know, their own email and they'll be handing in their essays on Google Drive, having a folder. Then in high school, it will feel more like a high school community college sort of feel on campus, where they're signed up for a class and they have the relationship with that teacher for that class. And then they'll have an advisor that will help them with their trajectory, but not one teacher teaching all the subjects when they get to high school.
And I might have missed this, you might have already said this, but as the teachers get together and kind of map out or plan out the curriculum or the strategy over that next week or whatever, how does that get communicated to the parents that they are responsible for this for this week? Everything, I think, not everything, but a lot of what the concern is, and I think you're addressing it now, is the guidelines and guardrails around the remote learning to make sure, because everything in your program, I think, looks great. It's a question of making sure that it's communicated to the remote learners or the parents who are instructing them and being tasked with instructing them, and communicating back that it has been accomplished. So those are the, if you can put, you're talking about it, but the more meat you can put on that bone right now, that's the most important thing. So once the teachers get together and kind of map things out, how is that communicated to the parents? And then at the end of the day, I believe through the app that you had mentioned, how is that gauged as complete? You know what I mean? Those two things.
The teachers will use either spreadsheet, which I have examples of both, either a web or a spreadsheet that will have it divided by subject and days of the week and have the assignments listed. So that will be sent to families on Thursday. So parents will have Friday and the weekend, you know, to get the things together that they need to get together. The teacher will also provide 2 weeks ahead of planning, but there will be an understanding, and this will be communicated, that that second week is more subjective to change because of what may evolve, or a snow day, or the students got really into a science experiment, took a little bit longer. So the second week is subjective to some changes, but the overall progression of the lessons will continue. So every Thursday, they're sending out 2 weeks of lesson plans. And so the parents have time to prepare for those. And they're sending some tangible work home with the child in their backpack. As they get older, they may be sending more things through Google Drive. And then the teachers are asked to stay a full hour after the school day ends every day. So they have an 8-hour day, like I'm sure most people have. They get to work at 8 and they leave at 4, or they get to work at 7:30 and leave at 3:30, and they'll have a half-hour lunch break. So they're given planning chunks of time throughout the day when their kid goes to specialty teachers, and also school is dismissed half day once a month. So they have those meetings, those longer meetings and staff meetings. So they have these periods of time, like a half hour here or a half hour at the end of the school day, where they can plan and they check in with their students' work. I would leave some autonomy to the teacher if they, wanted to dedicate every Thursday afternoon to going through, what's been handed in so far that day, and make sure it's noted, like an attendance chart, that each child's completed that assignment. And then if it's a 1-day-a-week student, the next day they come, they have to have the physical work that they completed with them as well. So just like when my kids were at recess, when I was a classroom teacher, I would take out their homework folders and I would go through it and I would mark that they completed their homework. I would correct it, and then I would put it back in the folder to go home that day. I did that every day, all school year long. It's similar to that. It's just virtual on an app because it's 2026 and we can do that now. And it doesn't all have to be physical paperwork.
No, I think the apps work really well if the parents are sort of shown the process and how to use them. That's a really good way to keep track.
If they're bought into it. So I think of my Founders Academy where I'm the board chair, and if we did this, required this much of our parents, all of a sudden, it would be shocking to them to have to do all these things, because it's not who we are. It's not what we told them when they signed up. But for this school, that is part of the bargain. When the parents are choosing it, they know all about what's the plan, and there's a family-based learning agreement that's part of the charter at page 349. There's also a parent handbook that explains kind of these processes. And so the parents are really bought into this from day one to say, you got a real role in this too. And it's not just sort of make sure your kid does their assignments and send it back to school. So part of that communication is that the parents are ready for it. And then when they receive it, they're already bought into the concept and the idea that they've got a time commitment to put into this.
Where are you now with regard to what the projected enrollment numbers are?
I'm not sure.
So I think I know where you're going to get. You might have had people express interest in your school. Obviously, you don't have students right now. So maybe you give it.
But in your forecasting for where you expect to be when you open your doors, let's say it's this September.
Would it be next? It would be 27.
27. Yeah. What is your anticipation for what your enrollment will look like?
I continue to get as it's ongoing inquiries. Had a call with a new family yesterday inquiring about the school, so the list is growing. It's over 200 interested families. I email them. They'll know if we got approved today or not. I keep them updated. I've got new board members joining with children who, they're interested in joining the school. So our projected realistic enrollment year one, we're aiming high for close to 200, but I think that we will definitely have between 1 to 150. And as Noah shared at our meeting in December, we have several different budgets going all the way down to like worst case scenario of 75 students enrolled and how we would pay for things. Yes.
And you may not capture this, but I'm just going to ask if you capture this when you talk to these potential parents. Are you getting a sense of what schedule, if any, is discussed or that they are excited about? Is it a 1 day a week? Is it a 3 day a week? Is it a 4 day a week? That sort of.
We had a Q&A session last month and we had 15 people attend. And I asked them, just out of curiosity, who would be coming full-time and who would be hybrid. And it was right after the holidays that we had the Q&A. We were trying to time it with the potential meeting in January. Anyway, and they all were interested in hybrid. And then one didn't raise his hand and I was like, oh, are you not sure? He's like, yeah, hybrid. He just didn't raise his hand until I directly asked him.
There's a difference between hybrid, which is 2 days of remote and four
Yeah.
days of remote? I mean, any sense or
Um,
semblance there?
No, I can say from, a pilot program that we did, the most common enrollment was 2 or 3 days, and actually 4 days. 1 day wasn't very common. We just had a few families that did 1 day a week. And
Maybe in school or?
in school. And then, so it was about 40 to 45% of students chose 5 days a week. And then the other 55%, it was something like 37 and 63 to be exact. So like nearly 40% chose 5 days a week. The other 60% chose hybrid. And of those hybrid, only like 5 were 1 day a week.
No, I mean, you're just at this point guesstimating because it's a year out or whatever it is out. But it changes the dynamics if you have 150 students that are 1 day a week in the classroom, that you're managing this out of classroom responsibility that you have. Or if it tends to be maybe 50-50, or the majority of hybrids are 2 or 3 days. So that, I know it can change, and I know this is just guesswork at this point. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Jim. I think one other comment on that is that to the extent that someone's going for a smaller number of days and it's not working out in spite of everybody's efforts, there's a mechanism and a plan to move the child up to more days in school.
I like that. Is that in writing? Is
Yeah.
that in doc? Can you point to that,
Yes.
please?
We're talking about the exhibit W. No, not exhibit W. It's on page 40. Under hybrid learning work policy. It discusses that if there is 3 weeks consecutive or accumulative, so say they miss a week in September, they miss a week in December, and then again in January, at that point of submitted work, we would have a meeting with the families, talk about, what kind of support do they need? Is the schedule working for them? Give them like a grace period to, submit their work in a timely manner. And if they weren't able to do that, then put them on like a probation and make them come for more days. It was also suggested by the board that there may be a child that really excelling and the family might be interested in lessening those days. And I think that would be less likely, but due to your suggestion, we would also look at that in either direction. But primarily for those students that aren't handing in the work, to make sure that they're handing in their work and they lose that privilege. Like if they can't show that they're able to hand in the work on time, then of course we understand there's family emergencies, or sometimes someone passes away, or there's extreme sicknesses, and we wouldn't be cold-hearted in that way, but we would definitely want to hold them accountable.
Rub this down for me. If the non-educator plays in the education world, if there is a family that selects 1 day a week in, 4 days a week out, and the metrics are there, and the student is struggling, they're absolutely struggling. You may pick that up in your daily conversations. You may pick that up in your parent-teacher meetings, but you absolutely will pick it up in performance over the quarterly meetings or whatever you have here. That you can then mandate that if a student's struggling or in need of more in-class time, that's proposed or told. I don't know. Is that, am I looking at that the right way? That there's a trigger there to help those
Yes.
families.
Yeah. We have, in addition, end of the application exhibit, W at the very end, there's like we added a monthly family feedback form about their child's performance and how they're doing and where they might need support. So we would be collecting those from the families once a month. We also would be assessing the children at the start of the year because we want to know where they are in reading, where they are in math, so we know where to place them in their small group work. And then there's a 3 to 5 page narrative summary that comes with the parent conferences twice a year. So it goes over each subject, and it would have like a checklist of different objectives that the student was working to meet, and then a narrative paragraph or 2 for each subject. So it'd be one for reading, writing, math, science, and social studies. And we would have like a introduction and conclusion paragraph that would also discuss social emotional well-being, behavioral, that kind of thing.
So-
And in addition, we have a portfolio. We're collecting the students' work, both virtually and tangibly. to show the progress of their learning. And then lastly, there's various quizzes and assessments that come within the curriculum that we would be incorporating, which brings me to the other change that was requested by the board, which was, how do you know that if it's like a final or a chapter test that the child's not cheating? And so we would reserve those to be held on campus under teacher supervision, or you can have these programs that if they have a device at home, so it could be on campus, or if it was off campus, they can have a device installed on their computer that tracks that they're not like looking things up and surfing the web and looking for the answers, and combined with the video, so you can know that they're honestly answering the questions.
One other addition to that, I was just happened to be on the right page with this agreement with the parents. And Jim, there's a mention on page 349 of enrollment and attendance, where students attend 1 to 5 days on site as chosen during enrollment. Schedules remain for the academic year unless formally revised due to student needs or performance. So that's mentioned right in the agreement for the parents to know about. And then on the next page, there's a longer paragraph that deals with review, modification, and intervention based on student performance. So all of this is brought to the parents' attention at the beginning of this process, so they know that this is a possibility, that there could be, again, reviews and modifications to their learning plan.
Just to extend on that question, does it require, if a child signed up for a 1 day a week, does it require a triggering event to change the number of days, or can the child suddenly say, okay, no, I think I'd like to go for more days? Does the child have the freedom to, or the family have the freedom to change the number of days?
We would deal with that on a case by case basis. Most families, in our experience, tend to keep the same schedule, but you do have a small percentage that need to change for whatever reason. Sometimes it's they have another physical or specialist appointment that changes, so they need to change other times just for other reasons. But we would encourage families to keep the same schedule that they chose at the start of the year, but every schedule is open to negotiation for various reasons.
So it need to be negotiated back with them.
Yeah, we do need to be communicated. They can't just like show up the next week for 5 days and we have no idea. They would need to communicate with us.
So I'd also like to hear more about your STEM and project-based learning programs.
Sure. There's one thing that I wanted to say in addition, that was just piggybacking off of this really quick, and I'll go, is that in addition to the admin weekly, like office hours and the hybrid teacher support, at the start of the year, there'll be a formal hybrid like orientation. So every family that's choosing hybrid will come to this orientation. They'll be shown these agreements, they'll be signing the documents, they'll be shown examples, they'll be walked through. Everyone will take out your device and download Dojo. We'll walk them through those things, and then we'll continue to provide support on a weekly basis for those parents that couldn't attend, or if we find we need to hold a second one, we would at the start of the year. Regarding the STEM, what's a really fascinating component of the Reggio Emilia philosophy is that it uses technology as a tool. So if you were to go to Reggio Emilia and look in their classrooms, and they're primarily like early education in Reggio, but they would have, a document camera set up with it projected onto the wall, and the children are exploring light and shadow, and they're using different manipulatives, and they're taking video recordings, and they're using green screens, and children are creating their own presentations of the green screen, and the green screen background ends up being like a Lego creation that they built that they're pretending that they're sitting on. There's all these really cool things that we use technology for. You can use those conductors where you have like different fruits or different objects, and they play musical instruments because it's conducted to, the laptop to create a sound. So you can integrate a lot of different subjects in a playful way using technology. So those are a few examples of how we would integrate STEM, robotics, taking apart machines, understanding their parts and naming them, building something new from them, simple robotics when they're younger, switches, circuits, things like that. Working all the way through, middle school and high school to use technology as a tool for learning. For example, our high school seniors will work to design a website for a business model that they create. So it's not leaning on, they're not going to take out a laptop to do like a game to learn their letter sounds. That's something they would do with the teacher, but if they need to research something, or they're using technology as a tool to integrate and enhance their learning, in those examples that I provided.
Do you plan to have a makerspace in the school?
Not off the bat because of the cost of a makerspace, but long term, we'd like to have a woodworking shop, which, you know, would be,
Makerspace is under $1,000.
well, I should talk with you then about how to make that happen.
I have set up close to 30, 40 of them.
Oh, that's fantastic. There's also natural sciences and things from the outdoor experiential learning. And I remember one of the presentations that I saw them do with the children was learning how wind affected objects when they were flying. And so you get some physics and some math and science that come along with that. So there's a lot of math and science in addition to the technology side of things.
Application-based science learning, you know. Not just formula, they should actually do things.
Yeah.
And see them and, you know, and learn from that, yes. Okay.
Tracy, you might have mentioned, we might have talked about this in a previous meeting, but if your application is approved, then you'll move towards an immediate finalization of the lease agreement for the facility at the Mile Away Restaurant. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you happen to know like the core terms, material terms of that lease as you sit here today, or because that's probably one of your bigger expenses. Do you have a feel for what that's going to be as you sit here?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We, in the budget that's proposed in this application includes a budget to, that would align with the sponsor's lease. And it's the same similar lease, that was approved and reviewed by the state. So it's already, past that threshold. Yep. And we've also had lawyers review the lease, several lawyers review the lease, a real estate lawyer and Bob as well. And also, what was I gonna say? We have not formally started any work, but we do have two different firms proposing like timelines for construction to have everything actually completed, occupancy and everything by June of 27 to open in September 20.
There's some commonality and related organizations involved with the physical plant and the school. So it's actually more reliable than you usually see with a charter school that comes in here saying, well, I hope I get Londonderry, but I might have to be in Manchester and I haven't found a place yet. When charter schools apply, sometimes they don't really even know, but it's, I think, much more firmed up in their circumstance than you probably normally see.
So it's all owned by one entity or there are multiple entities? Who owns the property?
The property is owned by Dream Academy, which is a nonprofit that is the sponsor for this application as well. So,
okay. So you're leasing it to yourself?
Yeah.
Like it's one entity.
Very
Dream
friendly.
Academy's the sponsor for the charter school and they own the property. So the lease agreement would be with the sponsoring organization.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, and then MAPS will become its own separate 501c3 and entity once all the paperwork is completed with the state and with the federal government. From what I was educated and understood is that when charter schools are formed, the typical way that charter schools are formed are by a nonprofit.
Yep.
Either a group of parents or teachers or an existing nonprofit that's kind of quiet will sponsor the charter school, and that nonprofit often will help to support the charter school with facilities. So it would, yeah.
I think I have an easy question.
Okay.
Just look at the enrollment growth chart. Kindergarten 28, and then by the time that same group gets later on years, it diminishes one student every year. Is that you thinking like people transitioning out, or is it intentional to, as they transition out, and they limit the class size as you go along, or just trying to understand?
That model was built off of meeting with several other charter school leaders who said you have to account for attrition every year in your budget. Okay. And so instead of trying to fill the seats of the students who leave, we're just okay with losing a student every year so that our high school is like a manageable number of students. We want to have a small high school.
Ellen was the answer question. You're obviously you've got an aggressive approach of starting out with 196, but it sounds like based upon the interest, you could potentially get that. But then you add in a grade 8th, 9th, each successive year thereafter until you get to 12.
Yes. And there's no charter schools like within 25 minutes of this particular location. 25 to 30 minutes, you have to go to Peterborough or you have to go to DW Highway to get to the closest charter school, and there's nothing north or south.
So one, appreciate the prudent, like attrition calculations, that it totally makes sense based on like other charter schools. That I would say that the 196, you have like 200 in your pipeline right now.
Yeah.
If it was starting this September, I'd be worried about that. The fact that it's next September, that gives you time to widen the pipeline and get more into that. I think that 196 number, I feel more comfortable with that stuff.
I think once it's also approved and actualized, you'll get people that are, you know, their inquiry becomes more serious and they either, and the year delay may have people make different choices too, and you got to kind of manage all of that stuff. But and I also, to speak to the attrition concept from experience with other charter schools, like Founders Academy will try to recruit 9th and 10th and 11th students to start at that point. But your real starting point is 5th grade. And the biggest bulk of your students kind of come all the way through. And so when you put your resources into marketing for students, the resources you put into recruiting 5th grades pays off way better than fighting to get 2 more 10th graders. And so it ends up really hard to not experience that kind of attrition.
So what are you planning your building for? What strength of students? 216, 276?
The numbers, the enrollment numbers.
Yeah, what can your building handle?
Oh, when all the construction is done, it can handle 300. We may phase the construction with the enrollment. That's in process right now. Got to get approved first before we can move to that step. But yeah, the building, there's 2 buildings, and then we want to add yurts, 4-season yurts. So.
If I recall correctly, you're scaling, you have multiple, a few phases of construction, I think, if I recall.
So far, we have been proposed, like, you could start with this part of the building and save this part of the building for later. So there's proposals like either not do one of the 2 buildings and do the yurts, or not do the yurts and do both buildings. And then whether we do the 2nd floor of the main building or not. And then the makerspace woodworking idea was later, like maybe year 5, who knows, like later. The basement, turning the basement into, because it's on a hill, so the backside is actually ground level. So turning the basement into like that maker woodworking
That's
space.
like more kids can take.
Yes.
It looks like you will be the first Amelia.
Reggie,
Right, yeah.
no, there's another one.
It's not listed on the website.
It's well.
Well, hard.
Okay, well, second.
So
Well, there are some other schools in New Hampshire that use facets of the Reggio Emilia philosophy, like Second Nature, that's private school. And then there's some other preschool programs and things like that in the state that use the Reggio Emilia philosophy, but for public charter schools.
So you had initially, when we talked about the property, to that's it, sort of spelled out some options, not just the yurts and the buildings, but maybe having some retail or something on site, still having some public commerce happening in one of the buildings and the rest being school. Has that progressed anymore? Your thoughts on that and how that would work?
That would only really be a student school store. That would, the students might sell things they made or whatever. And that's going to be developed with the parents and with the students later on. It's not something we're opening the school with. We want the students to bring their ideas, develop the budget. It'll probably be like 1 or 2 years of the students helping to plan the school before it would actually be open. What do they want to sell? You know, as we further define our culture and their interests, that kind of thing. So maybe it's like things they make with a 3D printer or things they design with blanking on the name of like the software that you designed the program in, and uses a laser cutter and you can cut on wood and things. And maybe it's the stuff like that. Maybe it's there is more gardening and natural sciences, or they're making oil-based salves, you know, for dry skin and chopsticks. Like, we're not sure how it will evolve. Dried herbs, you know, dip recipes, things like that. We're not sure, but those are some of the ideas so far.
So in terms of Dream Academy and the school, so who negotiates the terms of a lease. It's Dream Academy negotiating with the trustees of the school. What's the thought there for how that?
And you keep that arm's length and fair and all those kinds of
Well,
details, so. Yeah.
Right, so, we've had lots of schools that have started out leasing and then they bought the building, when they moved to another building, they can buy. Maybe we've had schools that have an arrangement like this, I don't recall any, so I'm just trying to see how that would work, because you're gonna get a large chunk of your money from adequacy payments. And so we've had schools that have really struggled, and I'm not saying this is I know you guys do this, but we've had schools that have struggled because their lease payments were too high and they got into trouble. I'm just curious how it would work if your nonprofit is the landlord, but you're a director of the school, or trustees for the school, which your nonprofit is picking. So how are you negotiating a fair deal in the terms of the lease? And then what happens if you guys succeed and you've got this school for 20 years? Eventually, we know that a lot of schools strive to buy their buildings, so they're not continuing to pay leases. How do you conceptualize that if your nonprofit owns the building? I just wondered how you thought that through, how that would work.
There's a lot to that, and making sure that you vote in a transparent way and everybody knows what the terms are, but functionally, you start off with, I think their rent for this that's the most important term.
Yeah.
Is basically carrying cost. It's the mortgage and repairs and those kinds of things. It's not much, probably not anything more than that.
Yeah.
And so it would be functionally the same as the expense would be if the school tried to own the building itself, but of course the school doesn't have any credit and doesn't even exist as we sit here today, so
Sure.
couldn't have owned it.
Right.
I feel like I'm ringing the Founders Academy bell a lot, but Founders Academy does have that situation where the foundation owns a building and Founders rents it for $4 a square foot, and then the foundation donates all the money back to the school. And so I don't know that they have a plan to donate their money back to the school, but certainly support the school. They coexist to support each other. But Tracy could probably answer some more details to how the discussion and decisions went and the specifics on those numbers. But, and as a part of this, Attorney General review and annual reports, Attorney General are always a part of everything charter schools do. So and they're particularly sensitive to leases with related parties and making sure they're all thought through.
In a typical commercial lease, the owner of the property is responsible for the bigger structural related repairs, like replacing the roof, or if there's a structural issue with the foundation, that is the owner's problem. Is that the same here?
I don't know whether how that's divided up in this lease, but I do know that your administrative rules require that be spelled out in the lease, who pays for those things, who pays for cleaning, who pays for parking, who pays for all of those kinds of details. And you've got rules that are unique to charter schools, like they require that there's an out in the lease if the school doesn't need the property anymore. That's a really hard one to get from a not related party. So I'd like to lease your space, but I want to leave whenever I want. And so that's why you kind of end up in a lot of these situations like this. But do you know who got the maintenance responsibility under your lease for the building? I could look really quickly. The leases.
The lease it's not approved by either board yet. We were waiting till the charter school was approved so that board would have some say. Also would want it to be reviewed by the state because, like Bob just mentioned, there's certain requirements that you have. So whatever their state requirements are or suggestions are, it would be changed accordingly. I believe we've gone through a few different iterations of the lease. And I'd have to review it to know specifically about roofs and foundations, what it says.
Very often the school is given the responsibility for the maintenance because the foundations end up being really sleepy organizations that don't really do a whole lot. Like I think North Star, their foundation owns the courthouse. I think they're maybe thinking about changing it, but
I brought up the structural foundation of the building, so.
Absolutely. So the outside of charter school world, when you're negotiating a lease, however you assign that cost, it just gets balanced out by the amount of rent. And so if the landlord's got to pay for it, then the rent is higher. And if the tenant's paying for it, the rent is a little lower, but then they know they've got to build in that cost. And when you have a multi-tenant building where the school's not the only one in there and you have common area maintenance that you've got to divide up among people, then the landlord is almost always taking their arms around that so they could deal with dividing up costs among tenants. But when there's a single tenant building, it's pretty often assigned to the tenant to just say, it's yours, you pay the taxes, you pay the insurance, you fix it, you repair it, modify it the way you want, whatever it is, it's all on you. I would anticipate it'll probably end up there with this one, but again, it's not been approved by either board.
Been drafted.
Are there members on the board of Dream Academy that are also on the members of the board of a nonprofit that run the school?
Potentially right now, there would be one or maybe two board members. That is intentional, because there was such, intentional and advised to have some more cooperation and, shared.
On the board of Dream Academy?
I currently am as the secretary.
And you'll be negotiating the lease with the school?
Well, if it's when MAPS is formed and it's affiliated, any conflict of interest, I would not be a part of those voting decisions.
Is this similar? I'm trying to equate this in my head. I've done a couple charter schools myself, and we had a founding board which negotiated the contract, developed everything, and worked out the application for the school, and then selected the school board itself. And you couldn't be on both. I mean, once that occurred, you got on one or the other. And we actually worked to dissolve that other board. You may need that board to run the property or what have you,
Depends on
but
whether you have the whole property or not.
Correct.
So the ideal is to keep those boards separate when you can, but in the beginning, when you're starting up and you're making do with the amount of hands you have, there's often some overlap. But I think in this sense, there's some understanding that you want these two organizations to march to the same drummer. And so that's why there's some overlap.
Commissioner's point, once negotiations occur, it's going to be completely separate, I would hope.
Yeah.
Right? Once negotiations occur, once you have an entity here and an entity there, you're not on both.
Yeah, the people with dual roles would be, if there was anybody that had a dual role, you'd exclude them from that conversation and dialogue and negotiation. You'd have to.
Okay, it would also seem awkward, to say at least, to have a board member of the overarching nonprofit be the director of the school. That just seems a bit awkward to.
I can't tell, but
in the initial phase, like that just seems.
there's, I'm not saying it's ideal. There's awkwardness out there in several charter schools. I won't mention any names, but I do know of one in particular that on its board has the building owner.
Yeah.
I mean, so when negotiations occur, that building owner has to abstain from any conversation, obviously. So they're the cleanest way is to keep it separate, but if there is overlap, absolutely, to Bob's point, legal point, totally have to abstain, then get out of it.
I hope I'm not getting myself in trouble, but Founders Academy has overlap on its foundation and its school board. Him and I are on both boards. But that relationship is so slanted in towards the school, like $4 a square foot space is unheard of. Like there's no doubt that the school is getting the benefit of that situation.
Yes.
No, I'll be perfectly honest. One of the things that concerns me is the department's role in this is relative to the federal charter school startup grant. And obviously those lease dollars will be used or the federal startup grant could be used to pay those lease costs. And so we want to make sure that all of that is allowable. And that's very different than the situation that either Wyndham was in or Founder.
Yeah.
And I think it could put the department and potential federal charter school grants at risk if we have any,
I can tell you from these guys' standpoint, if we encountered something like that and we needed to have somebody resign from a board or move around, they'd of course do it. I mean, obviously nobody's going to challenge and try to fly in the face of a federal requirement.
Yeah, but even, I mean, just relative to the arm's length lease, it just seems, it seems like one of those things that we're gonna have some concerns with federally, because those dollars are really truly supposed to be startup dollars. People can't purchase buildings with those federal startup dollars, and I think the federal government's gonna have a tough time seeing the delineation between the two organizations, especially if the other organization's sole purpose is for the startup and operations of the charter school.
So within nonprofit world, type 2 supporting organizations are an IRS concept that are built for this. And
I
they often
understand.
use that way.
Yeah, I absolutely understand that. It's more relative to the allowable purposes of the federal charter school startup grant. And making sure that we don't do anything that's allowed, because if a purchase of a building was allowed, then that would be perfectly fine. But then this building is being purchased by this very similar organization for the sole purpose of supporting the school. So it almost seems like we're purposely going around some of the federal grant allowabilities.
One of the advantages that.
Yeah, we can get clarity. I'm just saying, since we're having a robust conversation about this, this is my concern relative to us going forward and our fiduciary responsibility to the federal startup act.
All excellent points, and I think that's one of the advantages of having the building with a related party entity is that everybody's desire is to comply. And if I had like some third party landlord and I said, you need to do these things because the Fed said, the landlord would say, go find someplace else to live. But because you've got related parties that are all focused on success with this, they would do whatever needed to be done to create some independence or have that arm's length transaction or have it get, the appropriate level of public review or whatever needed to be done. Nobody's resistant to any of those things with it.
To your point, Bob, that you certainly want a friendly landlord. And to the extent that you have a landlord that is has the charter school's best interest in mind, who can give a break on the lease if the enrollment doesn't meet projections, those are all positives. So it's not that it's not workable, just we want to have a good understanding of how it would actually work, but also to the commissioner's point, those federal startup grants, I mean, we know this with other schools, like they're very strict and there's no bending on that stuff. So just making sure that I would imagine it's probably allowed, but I think we would want to know definitively before we start funneling money, because you don't want the money to get out there and then have to ask for it back or have you guys accidentally get in because we just weren't sure if it was in compliance. So I think that's a really legitimate concern.
I think those are great questions, and hopefully everybody sort of sees that as a question or a situation to be tackled down the road and isn't necessarily a charter approval kind of question. I don't think it is, but it's up to you. But
it's something, it just came out now, so.
The landowner is, does his own fundraising. They do their own fundraising and so you can see that they make their own money.
That's true. I think it's suggested that the Dream Academy has other economic activity that helps to support and pay for the building and do some of those things. So it isn't completely bolted together with maps.
It owns a building, so it owns a property. Any other questions?
It's owned the property since November of 2024. And the school would not be on the loan or in any of the terms or anything like that. It would be completely separate.
Thoughts, conversation?
I like a lot of the guidelines and guardrails that have been put in place since our last discussion. I appreciate that. I like how it's been documented in here. I like how the application for, just in general, you're saying that you would be accommodating to change, well, not accommodating, it's required in your application that the days remote can and will change depending on the needs of the student. And that's important to me. A lot of the changes you made, I think you addressed my concerns from last time. Thank you.
Anybody else?
With the September 27th start date, I feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of bittersweet probably for the applicant, but I think sorting that enrollment out and application process and marketing, a very solid path.
Take it from someone who started a school in 6 months on a lot less.
And
And it was successful. But no. More time, more resources, more time, and more coaching and advice is the way to go. So with Tal and Casey, you've got good folks there guiding you. So hopefully you listen to that. With Bob, who's going to, I know that from experience.
We have a strong leading candidate for associate director who's currently in operations at a KIPP charter school in New York City, moving to New Hampshire to be with family. So that's also a really great person to join our leadership team.
That's definitely
She
reassuring.
wish she could be here today, but they're focusing on enrollment and, you know,
Sure.
she's committed and she's there now, so she's giving it her all, but she's a former MMA fighter, so very tough.
that was not on my bingo. We said at this meeting.
I'm glad you guys appreciate the significance of the change from 26 to 27. It makes a lot of sense for schools to take time to get it right. And when you run close to your short deadline and especially with construction, everybody at this table has seen challenges that have arisen from that kind of situation. So it totally makes sense to take a step back, give yourself the time, get it right. But it's hard.
The addition of some from KIPP. That KIPP experience, that is like enormous to me as well.
That's very reassuring. So I was a hard no, and you guys, and you have answered a lot of the questions in a lot more detail about how you're going to track these schools. I still have a level of discomfort, just honestly. It looks to me like you have two different schools here. You have an in-person school and you have a homeschool learning pod, and with coaches, and those are just two structurally different things. And I think Wellhart has the same model. There are some differences, but it's the same basic model. And they just opened. And we love experimentation, and that's where that's why we have a charter school law. And I think my own comfort level would be higher if we had a couple of years of data from Wellhart to see how this works. You know, they've had a bumpy start, and you know, just in all honesty, they've had some difficulty managing the hybrid learning there, and that's what gives me pause with you guys. Is it's hard, it's difficult, it's a real challenge to have teachers, even on a team, managing in-person class and out of class, remote, home. Basically, they're being homeschooled for up to 4 days a week. And you've built some structure around that, which you lacked before, and that absolutely needed it. I guess I'm just wary of that actually working as intended, because we don't have the track record of seeing this work before. And we have a school to give us that information, which is Wellhart, to see how does this work. So, you know, I have a higher level of discomfort with your school and your model than I normally have with charter schools. So that's just where I am. I don't.
The model was born out of the Da Vinci School charter school in a little community just south of LA.
Yeah.
That has only 2 day a week option. But that excluded families that needed 5 days. So that's where we added that flexibility, so it would be truly accessible for any child. They've been around for about 10 years.
Yeah. So do you consider that hybrid model as your USP or unique proposition?
I do. Because I believe that education needs to change, that this industrial model of taking children and parents away from each other for 7 to 8 hours plus a day, 5 days a week, is too much time apart for parents and children. And all the research shows that the more time that parents and children spend together, the better outcome for the child, the better outcome academically, better outcome health-wise, better outcome socially, and then they become better able to be citizens of the world that participate in a meaningful way. So it's an approach to do an experimentation through the charter avenue to begin the change of of what public education might look like for families to be more accommodating for children with special needs, things like that.
So what you just said is an important statement. I'm just wondering why you're going through the charter school model as opposed to doing a learning pod, a micro school, a non-public school, with flexibility of using EFA dollars to support that.
EFA dollars are only like $4,000 or $5,000, and a private school still does not allow access for all children. A charter school model is access for all children, and it helps to be the beginning of a potential change to the public schools model that has been the same for 100 years. So my long, bigger perspective goal is to get people to rethink public school education and get access more families.
I think there's also, and thank you, Chairman Klein, for raising your concerns about the notion that it has a lot of elements that seem similar to homeschooling. I think that there are some real distinctions between what this school does and what Wellhart does in homeschooling, because it's led by teachers, and in homeschooling, the parent can decide what kind of grades to issue and what the subject is today and what the sequence of teaching is and all of the kinds of things about, I mean, it's all, you guys know this better than I do. And in a school like this, the parents are participating in the experience of their kids, but they're not directing it, they're not controlling it. They don't assign grades, they don't assign when the student has mastered a particular subject. They don't decide the workbooks and the context and the curriculum and all of the things that go with the school.
No, and you're right, I get all that, and I wasn't saying it's exactly like.
No, I appreciate it. I wanted to draw that distinction as best we can, and I think Tracy probably can add to that discussion, because like Jim, I'm the non-educator in education world trying to talk like I know what I'm talking about, but it really belongs with the PhDs in the right thing.
So I think that's part of my concern is, look, maybe you guys would knock it out of the park, right? And absolutely not saying your school has to look like every other school. That is, I think we've shown on this board that we love approving schools that are different and experimental. I think the biggest part of my concern is that we've had to pull you guys toward a place where you built a structure around the hybrid part of it. And you've still got a model where you've got, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I think you've made real progress here with your structure. And maybe I just need some time to think about it, and my concerns will be reduced. But the idea that you're having the hybrid people and the in-person people sort of in and out of class together, it's just a lot of moving parts and a lot of complexity, rather than having, and I'm not saying I know better, believe me. It just strikes me as very complex to manage the way you've done this model, and a lot of challenges and a lot of difficulty. And maybe it would be great. I wish we had a couple of years worth of Wellhart data to tell us how it works in New Hampshire with this population. And you're not precisely like Wellhart, I get it. But the moving parts of the students in and out of class and different teachers and sending assignments home, rather than the kids who are remote and they have their instructors, and the kids who are in class have their instructors in class. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm not saying I would design a school better, but that's, as I'm trying to figure out how to manage the operation from your standpoint and to manage the learning, that's what gives me the most pause, is how to manage that complexity, how to make sure the kids don't get lost. And you're right, they're not actually homeschooled because you have built the learning plans and the lessons, and I like that you've got the assignments and they're going home and you've got the lessons planned. So maybe it's all good and you've all taken care of that.
Well, I think Tracy may be able to speak to that complexity, because I had the same discussion with her, because I'm thinking of my own kids went to Merrimack High School, Merrimack School District, and everybody, once email came to exist, everybody's emailing the teachers all the time, and these poor teachers are given the task of answering all these emails within 24 hours, and that is overwhelming in that environment, and that's a fraction of the kind of communication that has to happen over here. So I had the same communication with Tracy, and she persuaded me, so.
So Tracy, what's your response to that? So, you know, just in those.
I think there's a lot of tools involved in
how that works, how that actually works with so many kids and who's responsible for what and how they all get on the same page.
the Reggio Emilia philosophy is founded in robust parent-teacher communication in and of itself without a hybrid model. So they are already communicating to parents every single day through specific tools like a daily summary that they show that the children use, which we have built in with Dojo and we have built in as they get older with Google Drive. So it's already an expectation of this model, whether or not there was hybrid learning. So this philosophy already bridges to parent as partner, making learning visible, documentation of learning, daily documentation of learning. There's exhibits, charter schools, Reggio schools have exhibits several times a year throughout the year where they bring the families in and they showcase all of the children's work, and the children stand and they talk about their projects and they talk about the work that they did. So even if there wasn't a hybrid program, there would still be this level of parent and teacher communication and documentation of learning. And it's something that the teachers, they have a certain passion for having the creativity and some of the flexibility and the project-based learning. It like changes you. Peggy Haffenberg, a good friend of mine who worked at a Reggio school in LA for 10 years, you know, she says that when she discovered the Reggio philosophy, that it changed her. It changed her as a person, as a parent. And so it's like parents that are very passionate about Waldorf, or parents that are very passionate about Montessori. You know, Montessori parents might be a little bit more, you know, authoritative with their parents or with their children, or more specific on how their children, you know, do things. You can look up like Montessori parents, and the Waldorf parents probably go camping and hiking with their kids a lot. You know, it's a culture, it's a lifestyle. And so this level of like teachers meeting multiple times every single week with both administration and their team is built into this philosophy, whether you're hybrid or not. So it's sort of the model. That's why the day, you know, is a typical 8-hour work day with a half-hour break. And you have planning time built into that day so that teachers can, you know, close their notebooks and go home and be with their families, because they've had the time during those 8 hours to answer emails, to do the documentation, to meet with their colleagues. So it's helping to create that work-life balance and a robust parent-teacher communication dynamic. They're also required to submit plans ahead of time. Most of the Reggio schools I've worked at, I had to submit plans ahead of time just to my administration. Now, this time it's shared to the families. And I also met with a school in North Carolina who does this exact program. It's a Reggio school and they have hybrid learning and it goes up to 6th grade. I met with their founders. They're in year 3. They've had to change locations twice because they've outgrown each location that they've been in every year. They now have almost 100 students and they're private. So, and I don't know if North Carolina has like EFA funds or anything like that. But you know, they are tuition based. And so that was a barrier that I wanted to remove by working through the public school education system instead of the private education system.
Tracy, what do you anticipate your ratio, student teacher ratio will be?
It'll be a little bit lower for the younger children, but anywhere between 1 to 20 students per teacher. I mean, 10 to 20 students per teacher. Sorry.
I asked that question in reflection of Drew's concerns, that if you had a class of 20 students and 75% of them were hybrid and it varied, then the burden of that communication is extraordinary with 20 students.
You need 2 teachers.
So I'm just curious whether or not.
Well, your team teaching, right? So like the student teacher ratio is not the same way we would necessarily conceive of it.
Yes, there's a co-teacher dynamic, so the teachers work together and they're equal, you know, equal power in the classroom. And then the paraprofessionals support those individual students that need the support, or the classroom teacher.
So is the ratio really 1 to 10?
So in calculating the ratios, we were encouraged to include like specialist teachers. So when you include specialist teachers, like the art teacher and wellness teacher, all those, it is 1 to 10. And when you look at classroom teachers, it's like 1 to 16 to 1 to 20 as you get into the older grades.
Projected, right? Because we don't know your role actually.
The message that Tracy went over about having all this communication integrated, like thinking back to my Merrimack High School kids, you know, the teachers got 30 kids and maybe 4 of them emailed today, maybe 11 emailed them today. At the end of the day, the teacher opens up an email and sees what it is that she's got to deal with. In this, if there's 10 or 20 students or whatever it is, there's already an expectation that there will be 20 communications. It's built into the system every single, it's not added, it's not built on top of, it's not a new burden on top of once you get to 3 o'clock, you're like, oh my goodness, this parent wants 3 things. It's already part of the plan to make them every single day.
So, Tracy. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
So when you have the class, are the remote students also listening in, or do you have a separate remote class for the remote students?
It's not a screen-based virtual learning. It's the work going home with the child, working with their parent. And so that's another reason why this model is successful for academic success, because the child gets a lot of one-on-one attention instead of one teacher, even if it's 10 children, dividing her.
4 days, the teacher doesn't have interaction with the student other than the 1 day.
There'll be the virtual check-in models, and then if say like there's a difficult topic or subject, the teacher may sign online and do like a 30-45 minute like lesson and have those students that are hybrid that day that are working with their parents. Say it's like chemistry or something complex that is more of a difficult subject. In the research based on homeschool families, it's often around like 4th or 5th grade where they start to find that like the subject matter is sometimes like, oh, they didn't do well in math or they don't feel confident in math. And so those are the age levels where they start to need more support with the content. So in case of those grade levels, we would say, okay, today at 10 to 10:45, we're going to have the teacher do the math lesson, the student, they're old enough, they're not, 5, 6 years old sitting in front of the screen, they're 10, 11, 12, they could come, they can watch the lesson, and then they could do the follow-up activity with their parent.
Oh, go ahead. I mean,
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say with the notion that that Wellheart is out there as the experiment and we don't really have data for them yet, I certainly appreciate that sentiment. I guess the best argument that I can make on the other side of it is if you had two entities doing that, you'd have more opportunity to trade best practices and to help improve each other and to solve problems or share answers to problems that one entity was able to work out or learn from each other if there was a need to. I think some organizations exist really to kind of already bring together different charter school leaders for that same idea of changing and exchanging ideas. And the more of that you get, rather than having, one school in the laboratory that really has to figure out its own plan, you'd have more minds put to whatever the challenges were.
In Boston, there's Barron, it's the Boston Association of Regio something network, what the acronym is. And then in LA, there's another nonprofit that is also, so they actually go to all the Regio schools, their directors, or if it's a private school or a charter school, their principals and their heads of schools, and they come together and they meet regularly and they discuss. Because this model was built out of a time after war when like mothers had to come together with community members to rebuild their schools because a lot of they had to work and a lot of fathers were injured or had passed away in the war. So it's built on the model of like adults coming together and collaborating. So there's all these networks of Regio schools and school leaders that already work together. They have workshops for their teachers. And so that was part of the vision as well, is that we would be able to create and, partner with Barron, but also have something here in New Hampshire for our New Hampshire Regio schools, some of the ones I listed earlier that have components of Regio philosophy. And, I know things are a little bit tricky right now, but ideally I truly thought in my head and in my heart that how wonderful it would be for Wellheart and MAPS to collaborate and to work together and to support each other in professional development and workshops. And okay, we tried this and this worked really well, and support each other instead of competing against each other, because we're 25-30 minutes apart from each other. We're going to draw from different bodies of student population. And we're filling a hole in a need in an area where nothing exists yet for a charter school. And, Western New Hampshire tends to be a little bit more farm friendly, farm to table, like crunchy mom community, and so we're filling that community's desire as well for a school of this model.
So I 100% hear your point on the engineering is more complex, which creates more complex leadership activities to manage. Like the leader in me is just like, absolutely, you want to start simple and then get more complex. I also deeply believe that parents are the first teachers, and that there's almost this us and them sometimes in conventional education of parents and teachers, like, oh, am I bothering the teacher? Teacher, like, are you getting into like what I'm doing here? Like, where as opposed to like we're partners, right? Like ultimately as parents, we're ultimately responsible, but the teachers are partners in us in helping educate the children who we entrust to the school, or to school for those periods of time that they're there. So I appreciate that you're learning from other states. I also appreciate that we have a unique ecosystem here in New Hampshire, and how do we take those learnings and balance them into the ecosystem that is New Hampshire education. And I'm almost inclined, I hear the test component. There's something to Reggio Emilia. There's something to like breaking the paradigm of us versus parents and teachers. And I'd almost be concerned if we only had one petri dish going, where, you know, something weird happens in the environment of that petri dish, and maybe like a good philosophy gets sort of seen away when we could have had a few tests of it. And I don't mean to speak like testing children. This is children's education we're talking about. So I recognize that we're like, there's human beings are going to be impacted by this. But it just, to me, I am more inclined to be able to think, especially with that extra year, and what we could learn both external from the state and from internal to the state, to help continue to refine what the guardrails look like to facilitate a hybrid model.
Bill? I'm ready to put this to a motion. I don't know if the rest of the board is. I mean, I know there's concerns. You've addressed the majority of my concerns. I know that concerns still exist. Maybe we could frame something in a way that puts in place some checkbacks with us or what have you. But I would, unless not the time, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this. Any contingencies or discussions on what to add to
One
that?
question before that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure. No, I Reggio model is a tested model. So you're combining two different philosophies. You know, one is a homeschool, one is Reggio model, you know, and it's kind of, I don't know if it is completely compatible, you know. Question is, like I reflect Chairman's concern. Is it possible to start with one model and then maybe graduate into the next? Because you're dealing with two unknowns, you know, putting them together, you don't know how to, I reflect the same concern that Chairman had. So the question is it possible to even look at it? So starting with, okay, it's fully Reggio model over years, it's slowly start to have that option of homeschool.
We've definitely considered that. We've considered a lot of different strategies to starting the school. I think there is such a strong desire for a hybrid model that we would lose a lot of another board member who's coming from a funeral. So we would lose a lot of our families that are interested in the school, because New Hampshire has always been a homeschool friendly state. And why does there have to be such separation for families that need to go to work part-time, that need support with their children's education and want that guidance and want that framework and want that community? Reggio is like a theory, is like a philosophy. It doesn't say like Montessori, you have to use these tools in this way. It doesn't say like Waldorf, you have to teach the letters in this way. It looks at what the research is in the brain and children's development, and it adapts as new research comes out. So as we've learned like the science of reading, then it adapts to go to the science of reading. It's a belief that the child has 100 different ways. It's called the 100 languages of showing you and telling you what they learn. It's a belief that parents are an important part of a child's education and that they're partners. It's a belief that learning should be transparent, it should be documented, and it should be made visible. And then just like the scientific process where you have a question, a hypothesis, you test it, and then you have a conclusion, which drives more questions and hypothesis. There's a cycle of inquiry that you work through in your work and your thinking with children. So it's actually not anything like super strange or unique or requires like specific 2 years of training like Montessori or Waldorf. It just requires like open-mindedness, like growth mindset, and people who are willing to adapt as evidence adapts and things change. So that's why it changes you as a person, people say, because it changes the way that you think of things in a box. It changes the way you look at that box. The book, not a box. Some of you may know that book. And I did anticipate the question about this model, the question that you had, and my response was to ask a question in return. If we could go back 100 years when everyone was homeschooled, and we could say there was this idea to create a building, long hallways, children separated by age, with one student, one adult for 20 to 30 kids, how many questions and concerns would there have been about that model and the ability to meet all of those children's needs? And so what I'm proposing today is a blending of these two worlds, where the state is still responsible for the child's curriculum and the objectives and that learning trajectory, but that there's a partnership with parents. And then there's more support for the child. They get more individualized attention. There's more connection that the parents know. They don't have to say, what did your child learn in school today? They know they're going to be told what their child learned in school that day, or they were there helping out and they saw what their child learned in school that day. I've worked at schools where parents had to drop their kids off at the door. They couldn't step a foot inside the classroom. That made me uncomfortable. I was the odd duck out in the schools where some of the schools where I work, where that made me uncomfortable. So this is a blending of all these different experiences that I've had as an educator, combined with research and a philosophy that I'm passionate about for a need that I see in public education, which is to adjust the model.
Is there, I'd like to make a motion. Is there, and I'm open to input on language that would assist with either assurances of federal compliance or the operation or the guardrails? Is there any particular language that, before I make a motion,
Well,
that?
I mean, I think they're approved or not.
Okay.
So
There's
they
no
get a charter,
contingent
it's a 5-year charter, and they get approved, and that's that. Like, there's no, we don't put conditions on it. I mean,
We are gonna be compelled to comply with the federal law and all those kind of things, but one of the things one of my favorite parts of your agenda is the school administrative unit spotlight.
Yeah.
And if you invited these guys back for a charter school spotlight, I bet they would tell you all about the great things that they're doing every chance that you let them.
Yeah.
Whether you put that as part of a motion or not.
So we did have a chance to check in with them after a year,
Okay.
that sort of thing. And so just so you guys know, like, I think Commissioner raised a valid question about the federal charter startup grant. It might turn out fine if this board approves your school and we ask the feds about this arrangement and they say no, then you don't get that money. You're not allowed to access it, in which case you'll have to find some other way to have that startup money. So just, you need to know that that's a possibility. I don't have any sense of which direction that would go in, but.
Mr. Chair, if they say no, would it be based off the structure that's being proposed, and maybe that structure could be changed?
That's one way to deal with it.
Depends on why they said no and what they said no to, and whether the no is to using grant funds for rent, or it's you can't have a grant at all. Those are two different no's, right? And what depends on what it is, but I think from the school standpoint, they're gonna adapt to wherever they need to be if that's what it takes to be able to have the support to grow and succeed. So it's mission driven, not ego driven.
I'd like to move that the State Board of Education approve the charter application for MAPS Chartered Public School. I'm.
Second.
Okay, I get my hand up.
Okay, and oh.
I didn't see that.
Arm wrestle.
Who said it?
We got it.
All in favor? Yeah.
Aye.
I think I would have gotten there eventually. I still have some, and it's all about the organizational structure and the complexity of it. I wish you guys the best. And
I would be happy to get any emails from you with your suggestions and respect your opinion.
okay, you're approved now. So, but I would encourage just have this is the same for all charter schools. Openness to working with Hal and his office. They really do know their stuff. Their advice is strong. They've got a ton of experience. And so we where we see problems sometimes with management is that resistance to being open to that feedback. So I would just encourage you to be open to that because we really do have a great team. And they do great work. And so, work with them and we'll be happy to support you as well.
I do want to give Tal some credit. I did message him about a month ago and say, is there anything else
Yeah.
that you think that I should consider? And he gave me like 20 questions. And that's what led to the exhibit. So I do have your team to credit for the support for our success. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I have one unsolicited advice. Like, you mentioned the growth mindset, love it. Like, I think that we find charter schools get in trouble when they don't have a growth mindset. They dig in on like, this is exactly how we're gonna do it. We're gonna like that, having that reflective practitioner, like internal look as well as like how you're fostering education, like very helpful, especially as trying to like chart the way in a new way. So like not digging in and saying like, okay, we have to adjust some stuff.
So that is true. However, you are bound by your charter. So the way to think of that is you're gonna learn stuff, through your experience, you're gonna say, oh, we need to adapt and do this. Just be mindful that you may hit a change that is gonna require you to come back and get permission to change because we're responsible for your adhering to the charter. So there's certain things, if it's spelled out in your charter, we want you to have all the flexibility in the world, but you will it's the way the structure is built. You're gonna have to come back and say, hey, can we change this?
So don't be scared to come back.
But yeah,
please do. That like would show.
The last thing we want is a charter school to say, well, we don't need to ask. We'd rather ask forgiveness than permission and then get off. Like that's just the way our law is structured. It's much better for you guys to come and say, hey, we've got a little change.
Our next school up is an amendment, or next item up on the.
Yeah, exactly. So, and we deal with them all the time and I can't, have we ever not approved one?
As a systems thinker, a multivariable system is a lot more complex than a single variable system. So you have multiple things all of this trying to deal with it at the same time. Yeah.
And we appreciate the checking in. I mean, that
We actually
provides
do.
the opportunity for.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I think this will be quick and then maybe think about it. Yeah, don't give me another. But if there's an absolute higher with the point though, and I was very similar, like multi-variable, so like so I was like, yes.
This is it's the.
And that's the hardest thing for my office.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Model and then structure that to show. That's.
It's very exciting. It's not, you didn't come up with it, it's an involvement from.
Operationalization.
I hope she proves you wrong.
I hope she does too. I hope they knock it out of the park.
Very welcome.
Hi, again, Tal Bayer with the Charter School Office, Patrick O'Mara or O'Mara, I always messed up.
However you'd like to.
We'll go with O'Mara today. New Hampshire Career Academy, just refresher on them, they are in their first year open, they are sort of a dual enrollment setup. Kids earn their high school diploma and concurrently their associate's degree or other certifications with local community colleges in New Hampshire. And this particular amendment is focused on graduation requirements and a sort of revision, and Patrick can explain.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for making time for me. As Tal said, Patrick O'Mara from New Hampshire Career Academy. We're a public chartered high school operating early college and embedded within our college partners. We are here, or I am here, because I'm the only one who showed up, we're just requesting a targeted amendment to the charter related to the graduation requirements. Our charter's working as intended. The model seems to be successful. We have students who are making honor roll and dean's list as 16-year-olds in a college setting. It's really quite amazing. What we would like to do is, and I believe you all received a copy of the amendment, just to allow a state minimum degree if there's a change in circumstance for a student. The way that our curriculum is designed right now is a student would have to complete the state minimums outlined in ED 306, as well as the requirements, the 60 credit requirements of their associate degree in order to even get the high school diploma. So if a student gets sick or if a family's moving or something that is beyond their control happens, we're not trying to undermine the existing model. Obviously, the first pathway we're going to encourage is completion, but we would set up a state minimum that would be at our discretion based on external circumstance beyond the family's control. For example, we have a student at one of our colleges this year who found out she has a chronic illness this year and has now fallen behind. And I just don't want this to become a punitive program for students. That's really where this is coming from.
That makes a lot of sense.
What I found curious was the steps that would be followed if in fact a student did need to take the lesser route. And that it was an approval from the director. And it said there was a family meeting. And why it caught my attention is my thought was, well, you could family meeting, but isn't the body that perhaps has the most influence and the closest proximity to the student is the parent. So I'm curious why just the parent coming forward and saying my child needs to make this change wouldn't be sufficient.
Sure. I think so family meetings, making sure that the student and the parent are on the same page about this is part of the admissions process. So the way you kind of structured it so that if that's the way you're coming in, that's the way we'd like you to go out. Obviously, the students coming into this and they're not bought in and their parents are pushing them into it, they're not going to be successful. I don't see an instance where if a parent came forward, we would have any reason to not listen to what they had to say if the student disagreed. But this is really for those extenuating circumstances, and we would just want to make sure that, because I will admit, we've had some students who are not always truthful, that this is in fact a real circumstance, that there is verifiable evidence that the family's moving or there's something's going on before we make the decision to allow them to leave the program.
What actually, that wasn't as much a concern to me as that it seemed like the director had a greater say than a parent. But the ultimate decision would be made by a director. And it felt uncomfortable to me that the parent thinks this is important and all voices are heard, that the parent doesn't have the final say.
Sure. So I think the point of the discretion laying in the director and perhaps the board or whichever sort of committee is formed out of this would be that, again, we don't want to undermine the value of the curriculum and the value of the degree, the dual degrees that the student is getting. So if it is just disinterest in the program or something like that, we would obviously encourage and push the family to allow the student to continue. Again, with the goal of this not being punitive, I can understand how it reads as punitive if I might disagree with a parent on something like that. I don't see a circumstance where that happens. Again, if that language is of concern, I'm happy to go back and represent the amendment if that's.
I'd like to hear from the board members.
What I'm hearing, what I read is that this is a safety valve. This is only to be used in certain circumstances. It's not to be advertised as a pathway of first or second choice. The program is dual degree, and you get students and their parents bought into this. I mean, for the right students and the right parents, that this makes sense for them. And for those who don't know, I love Career Academy and I believe in what you're doing. But the amendment itself is not, it's not going to be front and center. This is just a safety valve for those students or families that come to you and say, I got to move out, or I've got a health concern, or I have something. is there anything in the amendment or anything in policy that could can further speak to the fact that this will, I mean, can it be limited or is this just sitting off? You
So
know,
that's why the discretion falls in those family meetings and with the director. I think, you know, for example, we have a student right now who may be looking to leave. In that situation, I think the point of the director having the family meeting, talking with the parent is because parents may not always understand the options that are available to them. So you can leave Career Academy without getting your high school diploma. You can go back to your district, you can go GED. So the point of that meeting is really to present those options to the family, really more than anything else. Again, initially the language around the amendment did say that this was an alternate degree, diploma pathway for our students, and Tal kind of pushed me on that may fundamentally undermine the curriculum that we have laid out.
I think the way you've structured it makes sense with the vision of your school. I don't have a problem.
I'm good.
Okay, there's no mother here, but.
I hear what you're saying, and I had sort of similar thoughts, and I kind of wrestled with it, but I think so.
It's just that it was so final that the decision lies with this person, and I just felt.
I think if a decision was made that the parent disagreed with, they could always appeal it.
100%.
Yeah,
So we may end up saying, I don't know.
Well, I just think, as I see it, is you guys have a school with a purpose and a model, and that purpose is you're getting your associate's degree, and that is the track everybody's on. But you found through experience, and you haven't been around that long, that a couple of kids are not going to make it through the college degree. So I think it's a really good adjustment for you to come back and say, for those rare circumstances, we need to let them have a diploma. We can't say, you put all this work, you've actually received your 20 credits, but you can't get a diploma because our charter doesn't allow it because of your I just think you're fixing a problem for a handful of students in a responsible way without undermining the mission of your school, which you could easily advise a school that says, hey, come get the associate's degree, come get a 20 credit degree. It's up to you. And that's a very different school than what you have. So I think you're giving an escape valve to some special circumstances, which makes total sense.
All right, I'm ready to make a motion. I move the State Board of Education approve the charter amendment for New Hampshire Career Academy Charter Public School.
Second.
No, it was, and maybe.
He's not
doing it anymore. She's out. I've capitulated.
got it.
I got one, I get one a day.
Okay.
Never got it.
Out of this game.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thanks.
Congrats.
Did you ever see the old SCTV sketch? Really old with
Here we go.
Catherine O'Hara in it.
Oh.
And she was like
That's
20 when she did this. And it was the Jeopardy. I know you probably played it through that way. And she was like
Jumping in all the time.
she couldn't stop hitting the button.
Are you suggesting
I'm getting flashbacks to that scene.
Look that up.
I'm
Very
flattered.
good. So you guys want to take a short break? We'll grab a lunch and then we can come back to the rest.
Okay.
Bring it back or?
I don't know. We can. How long will it take you to get to eat lunch?
We usually inhale it in 15 minutes.
I know.
Yep.
Why don't we just take a lunch break?
Yeah.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Such a driver joke, you know what?
We're gonna get back in this session.
So
So,
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Just going through my email. There was an email the entire board received. Appellant's exception to a report and recommendation. And it cites a specific case. My feeling is I'm not opening it as an attachment. I feel like this is something that should be brought before the entire board. I don't know how, I'm just asking.
I haven't opened it.
As a new member, that just doesn't seem to be the appropriate.
well, let's get to that when we get to open boards.
Okay.
So Dean, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Setzler and I oversee the Learn Everywhere program. And so today I have Sophia Donforth here from Vermont and New Hampshire Energy program. And they were here in October and spoke to the board, presented their program. The board requested some additional information and they've resubmitted their application.
Thank you. Well,
Thanks for having me.
so we got the application. Anything you want to walk us through or highlight?
Sure, just briefly. So we're a two-state organization operating all across Vermont and New Hampshire. And for years, we've been doing really excellent, exceptional, hands-on STEM education focused on energy, mostly in science classrooms in a K-12 setting. And the application that's in front of you today is about a very specific program that we've developed in response to feedback and requests from students and teachers. And so now we're seeking the ability to offer those high school students credit for the work that they're doing with us in a project that doesn't fit in a science classroom setting, but is really well informed by the work that they've done with us in other areas. And I'm happy to take your questions about it, but really the bulk of the rework that was done on our application was to try and make it more clear what was covered in the curricular portions of the two-day retreat that we do with these students at the start of the program, and the way that we were going to continue connecting them with energy experts throughout the rest of the year to ensure that their projects are successful.
Any questions?
Yeah. I remember there was some discussion when we met last time about activism or getting folks engaged in energy and energy topics and climate topics is fantastic, and teaching them about that. But I thought I had read into some of your materials that it was almost developing them to go out from a social standpoint as well to support certain positions. Did I read that wrong, or has that changed, or?
I think it's understandable where that idea could come from, but it's not what we're up to.
Okay.
So maybe I can help sort of separate that out.
Thanks.
The skills that are being taught in the workshops at that two-day retreat might overlap with things that would be useful in an activist context, like how to run a good meeting and how to have a good PR campaign. But those sorts of things we also see as skills that kids are going to use in a number of different settings, in a number of different careers that they might have later on. And the purpose of putting those projects forward and those particular skills workshops is the students have identified something that they want to do. Sometimes that's creating a compost system in their cafeteria. And sometimes that's going around their school building and saying, you know, it's uncomfortably hot in this part of the building and it's uncomfortably cold over here. And we're going to have a conversation with our facilities department about, is there anything that could be done about this? So if that feels like activism, I suppose that's an appropriate word, but I would argue that the skills that we're helping these students to develop are things that are going to really help them in a business context, in an industry context, right?
Does the time together, does the curriculum itself teach them the science of composting or the science of the energy, or that you see what I mean? Like, not just how to go out and do it or communicate it or get it done, which is good, but the actual science or the detail behind the energy itself, and what technically are they learning? Not just how to propose something and how to get it done, which is good, but also the science behind composting, or the science behind windmills, or the science behind electricity itself. I mean, can you speak to that?
So when my staff go into classrooms to do a hands-on workshop about energy, and we're looking at how does a circuit work and how can we actually generate electricity using multiple different means, we'll model that. And all of that curriculum is directly aligned with the next generation science standards. That's all available at our website. That stuff is not happening in that two-day retreat because it happens in the science classroom. And what is happening at the retreat is the work that the students have requested. We came through your energy education piece. We want to do something about this, and we don't know where to start. And so those 2 days are set aside for the project planning to happen. Some of the students who come to that retreat have been through the energy education piece, and they have an energy project, and that's what they want to do. And in that case, we're going to connect them up with people like Andy Shapiro, who's a buildings energy engineer who sits on our board, and he is the expert in the room, and he will sit with that team, and he will go to that school and walk through it with them, and attack all of those pieces in a very specific to their experience in their school building sort of way. Another group of students that comes to that retreat came in with an idea about compost, and in that particular instance, we're going to continue helping them with the skills for their project, and probably put them in touch with someone who's got more of the scientific background in compost than we do, because we're energy, right?
So the retreat is more to get these ideas implemented than actually the science or the math behind the items themselves.
Yes, and that's because this program was designed to meet a need that the students had called out for us.
It's how many days?
It's a 2-day retreat. Yeah.
So I just I'm an absolute no on this for a lot of reasons. One is it's a couple of days. I don't think the kids learn enough in a couple of days. The other is all those. You guys do some interesting science in the other portion of what you do. And this packet is entirely focused on activism. So when I'm looking through the materials that you gave, there's no cost benefit analysis, there's no trade-offs, there's no science of how energy works, we've already reached a conclusion, now let's convince others why our conclusion is right. That's just plain political activism, and whatever your cause is, I don't think that's appropriate for a school credit. So that's just my, as I read this application. So if I read that wrong, please let me know. But all of the skills that are built around here are doing a campaign, organizing. It's all sort of grassroots organizing, campaign building, marketing, communicate. Look, and those are interesting skills to have, but to me, this doesn't fit into a high school credit program. I wouldn't grant credit for this if you guys were teaching activism on any number of hot button political issues, as opposed to the science work, which I understand you guys have a really interesting, or teaching kids about the electric grid and how electricity works and how generation works and how the distribution works. Like, that's a really interesting science component of what you do, but what you're asking for the credit for is the social activism part of it. There's a big gap between those two. And what I don't see in this is any sort of discussion about, so if you're going to make the activism for plastic bags or composting or electric cars or electric school buses, like some of the examples that you guys have in the packet, nowhere in the packet did it say, it was all focused on, we've already concluded that this is a good thing. So let's convince other people to adopt this idea that we have concluded as good. There's nothing along the lines of, this is good in the abstract, like it'll help reduce carbon emissions, but what are the costs? What are the trade-offs? How do we deal with those parts of this? And I think some of our social studies are also directed in that direction, which I find highly inappropriate as a course to get credit without thinking through that broader discussion of people who disagree with me have legitimate views, and there are costs that we're imposing on them, and there are trade-offs, and there's none of that discussion in here. And it is all, I have an idea, it's morally correct, so I'm going to go out and advocate for it. And those are useful skills, but it doesn't seem to me to be appropriate for a high school credit class. So, and I'm happy to have pushback if you think I've misread it.
I guess I would offer just a bit more context, see if this
Yeah.
helps. So the 2-day retreat that I've been referring to is the sort of most intensive component of it. It's where we start with students, but it is a year-long program. They continue to work in their teams throughout the rest of the school year. Our staff continue to meet with them at least monthly. They're in touch with these mentors and experts that we bring in for them. So it is a longer chunk than 2 days. We're only asking for the half credit because we understand that it's not equivalent to a full semester's worth of work.
Well, half credit is a semester.
A full year, pardon me.
So,
And in terms of the activism question, and I understand that that's really uncomfortable for a lot of folks. And maybe it's an issue of language. And I will be upfront about that too. I don't think that problem solving is something that we should wait to do until we get kids out of high school. I think that that's something that we all need to be working on from the get-go. And what I have seen students do through this program is come in with an idea of something that they want to do, come in contact with an expert in the field and change that on the basis of new information, host a meeting with people in their community where they think they have a solution to the problem they've identified, and then make a change based on who was in the room and the conversation that they had. And I think that the practice of doing that, rather than being told that, is really instructive. So we're taking what we understand to be best practices in education and learning by doing, and trying to give students an opportunity to do that, not just with the circuit, which we have mastered pretty well in the middle school science classroom setting. Because so much of what happens in that middle school or high school classroom science setting is, okay, we get the science behind this now. I have an experiential understanding of how electricity works or how weatherization works. But I inhabit a school building every day that doesn't function as well as I would like it to. And so while some of the projects that we've listed, I think could certainly fall into a category of, yeah, those must be environmentalist activist projects. Those are things that students chose to work on of their own volition. It's nothing that we are pushing, right? This is a chance for them to choose a project that speaks to them. And the practice of trying to see that project through to completion is bringing them into contact with people who think very differently than they do and trying to figure out how to do that problem solving together. The successful projects are one, I would argue, where there's been some kind of pivot on the basis of new information that came in.
The way you just worded that, I like that. I'll be candid with you. If it was a generic program geared towards building the skill sets to bring new ideas to the right venues to impact change in your community, something more generic like that, and whatever your ideas are, I'd be supportive of that. If those ideas were any one of a dozen things that the student finds an interest in, but you're an energy-based company based in certain solutions that you espouse. So those are the ideas that are mostly being communicated and trained on, I would think. Energy. So if it was a generic marketing, tutorial or education or learning process or curriculum of here's how you change things or bring things to light, and it's step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, and they come in with their own idea, but that you're coming at it from an energy standpoint, so these kids are probably going to be doing more solutions that are energy based.
I wish that were true.
That's where my skewing comes in. That's where my brain is going. Because if they want to make a change to education in their community, which is totally out of your realm, can they do that with your program? Can they say, I want to change something in my community? you're gonna teach them step A, step B, step C, step whatever to make an impact change in that? Or,
Outside of energy, or are you talking about outside? Within energy rather than outside?
no, I'm saying the program as I see it, unless I'm reading it wrong, is focused on energy.
Right.
And on energy, there's certain ideas and experiences that I don't want to call it bias, but you have certain beliefs and ideas that you probably will
Influence.
communicate or be more experienced helping someone with. But education, what if you want to impact education? What if you want to impact the community at large from mental health or drug abuse or something? The activism, what this program does is not talk about the science of the programs, but it talks about how to impact change, how to address it, how to do it. And it's more generic, but it's only in energy.
I mean, that's their mission.
Correct.
Yeah, you understand the science of energy in all different forms. So if you're talking about social change, you need to understand the social systems, and that's a different story. But I think our focus is on energy, the different sources and different aspects of energy. And more than that, I see kids need to get critical thinking experience. Given a problem, how do you analyze it? How do you come up with a solution? How do you implement it? And that whole, I don't think we should put a political color on it.
Maybe we're saying the same thing. I love the idea.
Yeah.
I love the idea of learning how to impact change and the process but it's only focused on energy.
No, that's not my complaint is that the application is not to get course credit for learning about energy. It is to get course credit for building a campaign to change policy.
Is that so?
That's.
Is it for creating a campaign, or is it for solving energy issues?
For gaining leadership skills and project management skills in the context of a project that they can complete of their own choosing in their school.
Okay.
And we start as an organization from the frame of energy because that's what we've been teaching in K-12 spaces for a long time, but we're not applying for a credit in science because what happens with this program tends to be farther reaching than that, right? We've titled it interdisciplinary because depending on what the students pick, it could be all over the place, right? The students that have engaged with the energy engineer to do an audit of their school building and look for what's going on and then work with the folks in their community to try and improve the situation in their school building and reduce energy use, they've had a very scientific experience, right? But people who took an entirely different project and went in the direction of education, there are high school
As an
students.
example, would you, if a student came to you and said they wanted to do this program for a topic on burning clean coal, would you support them? I mean, they want to learn how to do a program, they want to change the world, they want to focus on that, their family roots in Virginia or something, whatever it is, they come to you with that. Would that be okay?
It would be a challenging one for us.
See, that's the.
In large part because the starting point of this is to look for a project with impact, right? And so if what we're looking at within energy use and carbon emissions, I mean, yes, that is part of what we're looking at is how to reduce those carbon emissions. And I believe that I've provided this as part of the application, right? The materials that we start from are drawn from Project Drawdown, and you can take a look at, what is the percentage of emissions that are coming from the energy sector. They're enormous compared to things like agriculture, although globally that's really significant as well. So we look at that science and that fact, we put that stuff in front of folks and we say, what do you want to work on? And they choose a lot of different interesting things. And if I got to choose for them, the projects would look very different than they do currently. And recognizing that student voice is a huge component of this, we support them to the extent that we can. Sometimes that's going all the way through the process with us and implementing the project. And sometimes that's, this is entirely based in an area that our organization doesn't have expertise in. We're going to put you in touch with some of our partner organizations who can advise you better.
It is for that reason that I'm leaning in the direction of the chair. It really is more about how to create an impact slash learning how to communicate and change your community, and it is activism. And if it was activism for whatever topic a student wanted, you might have a program that would qualify under learning how to market and change the world and change dynamics and activism. And if it was generic, cool. But I'm seeing, based off what you're saying, that it's only off the ideas that you believe in regarding energy. It's not just, if someone came to you with something other than that, it wouldn't be supported. That means to me that it's activism for a certain viewpoint. And I'm a no for that reason.
What you just said made alarm bells go off in my head when you described if a student has an area that they want to pursue that's not in your wheelhouse, that you then will connect them with other people. Well, we haven't endorsed them, we've endorsed you. And that's a real concern for me, because unless you're putting them all through background checks, and you review this with the state board, you're making a change to essentially the agreement that we've devised. That's a problem.
Talk a little bit about myself. I started out in the air conditioning refrigeration field. I became a building automation programmer. I'm currently a construction superintendent, MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. So when I scroll down to the bottom of this application, I see a lot of good topics and a lot of good stuff. And I'll admit I'm one of those guys that released refrigerant to the atmosphere prior to the Montreal Protocol Act. And I love, frankly, I love all these topics as I'm very much deep into the weeds of them. So I commend the stuff I see here, because it creates a lot of discussion, a lot of learning, and I continue to learn at the age of 62. I'm currently working on data centers, which is a tremendous waste of electrical energy from a standpoint of what we do with all that heat. Okay, we're talking like 80 million watts of electrical energy in heat being discharged out of a building, not being reclaimed. So I could go on and on about all that. My big concern about all of this is the age group. And I say this just from my own experience with my kids, because they would come home from school and it touched on some of the stuff that you are proposing here, and as far as the student learning outcomes. My concern is that at this age group, they're still in a learning mode. They're not going to be experts, but they're certainly in the very beginnings of learning about all these topics that you have down here. And when they start advocating for them and they don't have a solid footing, and I know you mentioned having experts, but when they themselves don't have a solid footing, I've taken the wind out of my kids' sails, okay? Because I presented them what I know as facts that they were not told. And from a standpoint of child development, if a child, and I will say child at the age of 17, gets the wind taken out of their sails at that age, as I have done to my own kids, regrettably, if you can't tell, can have a long-lasting impact on the student. And that's my concern about this, is that I feel like if you were having this, say, at a master's degree level in college, after somebody went through a nice energy program, did a on-the-job training, do a internship and such, I kind of get it, but I don't see this as age appropriate, is what is my concern. I don't know if we're talking something like, composting or something very remedial in my view. But the topics that you have in here are very advanced. When you're talking, wind turbines, I thought offshore wind turbines were great. Well, I talked to a lobsterman friend of mine, because I have a place in New Brunswick. They talked about how the blades came apart and that fiberglass shards are now going into wildlife, aquatic species, and how it harmed them. So so they took the wind out of my sails, so to speak. So I guess that's what I'm getting. I don't feel like this is age appropriate for a high school level. And because I don't want to see, I want to make sure students have a complete and good base of learning about the topic that they would be advocating for. That's why I would know. And it goes this isn't just necessarily about energy, because it goes for various other in-depth topics as well. I say that because I'm a firm believer in energy. It's what I do for a living. I construct it. And I work with a lot of people who build this stuff. So that's just my perspective on it.
So I'm taking notes, and if I can summarize at this point, I'm hearing concerns that what we've set up in terms of how to, the actual instruction around project planning and completion, is too narrow and focus to what are perceived as the ideological bent of our organization. That there's concern about a lack of vetting of the experts or partners that we might be working with. And age appropriateness concern around the level of depth that students would need to be experts in before they would have worthwhile things to offer.
Not necessarily experts, but having an appropriate degree of knowledge for the topic that they're advocating on, whether it's energy or not. But these items here are very, you have to admit, they are very intrinsic and require a very solid baseline of understanding and knowledge. I guess I'm 62 and I'm still learning about it, so.
Yeah. Have I missed anything in my wrap up there?
No, I would just restate, I may be different than some of what you've heard here. If it was teaching students that want to know how to advocate for something, how to legally and ethically work the system to get in front of the right parties to change, to add windmills here or to do something there, I'm all for that. I'm all for that if it's something they choose and they feel strongly about and they've researched. And maybe it's a situation where they do all the research and they learn as much as they can. Learning how to advocate for yourself or advocate for a belief is awesome. And if you have a way of training people in something like that and you have a proven method that's successful, that's awesome. I love that. What I don't like, I'm a no for, is that it's coming to them through your program, through your lens and through the energy lens. And if someone were to disagree with that lens, I'm believing that you would either say you probably should go elsewhere with it, or that's not for this program. And I, as a associated with the public school system, I don't like that. That's too narrow. If it was a general thing, a general program with the freedom to research, learn, and to do it, and that would be different. But this is towards one viewpoint. And I'm a no for that.
I guess the difficulty that I'm having is that in our earlier application, it seemed like some of the criticism came from there's insufficient content. What's your starting point? How do the kids get the content that they need and the understanding around energy to be able to launch one of these projects? And I think that I've been pretty clear about what it is that we're bringing. I provided those slideshows and the set of exercises that we walk teams through when they're looking to choose a project. And that material necessarily has an energy component, because what this project is about is looking for reductions in emissions.
I hear you, and Jim's perspective here is different than probably the feedback you got last time.
Okay.
So maybe it would sound like you're hearing two different things. I think I was consistent in mine, at least we could go back and watch the video. Maybe I was thinking things that I didn't say out loud, but when I know I asked you earlier, the last time you guys were here about fleshing out the content, and you did a good job of adding that. And it just confirmed my suspicions, which is you do seem to have, outside of this particular program, in the other stuff that you do, and you've included some of that base knowledge in this, some really serious, good scientific education on how the electrical grid works, how power works, how energy is created, how emissions work. But that's not what the kids are getting credit for. The program you've designed is aligned with your mission, which is a fine mission. And I don't think we're, trying to impugn what you guys are doing. But when you're asking for high school credit for an organization that has a core policy goal, which is to reach reduced emissions, even if we all agree on that long-term outcome, what I'm seeing in this program is 2 days, so it's not a lot. I had voted against Learn Everywhere programs that had a lot more educational time put into it for not being robust enough. I just don't think there's any way 2 days equates to a semester's worth of work. So that's a massive problem for me. But you also have everything geared towards teaching kids to be political activists. And
Does it come?
that's absolutely what this program is. It is your goal.
Are you seeing it through your political lens?
Your goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Period. Right. So what I don't see in this material is any talk of trade-offs, any talk of a conversation about costs, any talk of, to Jim's point, clean coal is an example. So just sort of throw a recent example that's been in the news. 50 years ago, we had protests against the nuclear reactors at Seabrook. Political activism, energy activism, people were convinced that this was morally right. And it prevented that. It delayed the construction of the second reactor so long. We didn't get that second reactor built. The cost went out too much, so they canned the second reactor. So we didn't get that second nuclear reactor. As a result, and all the environmental activists at the time said this was great, big win. As a result, we burned more coal, more natural gas, more oil. Our emissions went up. Just yesterday at NHPR, a person who was involved in that activism said that was a mistake. Nuclear was better. I don't think you're educating these kids enough on the trade-offs, on the bigger picture of making those determinations. It is, we have a goal, emission reduction is fine, but this program is all geared towards how to convince people that we're right and not how to think about having conversations about energy policy and trade-offs and how to reach our goal in the long term with buy-in. And that's not what you presented us here. So the materials here are, we know we're right. The goal is to reduce emissions. So here's how to build a campaign to achieve your objectives. That's activism. That's not something that I think is giving kids a much more robust set of skills. And I have strong reservations about any organization that has a policy agenda getting credit for teaching kids how to advocate for its policy agenda. And so, again, you have a core, I think, of really strong science education. But 2 days of a class about how to be an activist doesn't seem to me to fit what we're looking at in terms of high school credit, right? And I think they learned some valuable skills, like some of the stuff you listed in here, is if you want to achieve a policy goal, you're teaching them useful skills to achieve a policy goal. So again, it's not that the stuff they're learning is useless. I don't think it's really something the board wants to get involved in, giving high school credit or allowing policy activist groups to train high school kids how to achieve their goals, if that makes sense. And I would feel uncomfortable if there were, something that was coded right of center as well. One of the first Learn Everywhere things we had was a group out in the Seacoast, and they teach skills. So they teach kids to come together and converse on very hard topics. And we love their program. It was a long program, it was an immersive program. And what they did was force hard conversations.
Friends forever.
Friends forever. And so they were founded out of Israel, Palestine, out of Ireland and the troubles there. And they force people to confront other students who are on the other side and have those difficult conversations and have those arguments and challenge their own beliefs. And all of us love that program. And they're getting high school credit for it. And it's a skill building program. But what they're learning is challenge myself, come out a stronger person on the other side. Maybe I don't have all the answers. And your program, as you've given it to us in the material, is you have the answers. Climate change bad, reduce emissions good, find a way to do it, convince people that you're right. That is good for being an activist. But when it comes to training high school students and teaching them life skills, that is something that you get through culture and social media. That's everything is validate your own beliefs, validate your own feelings. Don't challenge your beliefs. And to give kids high school credit for that, no matter which side you're picking in any of these fights, I think is a real challenge for us, for me. So, and I think that kind of gets to Jim's broader point, which you guys are an energy organization. You do energy policy, you do greenhouse gas emission reductions, and that's all fine. So it would be unfair for Jim's point of view, I think, for us to ask you to develop a skills-based course that is not aligned with your mission, right? That's not fair to you as an organization. But when we're thinking of teaching kids and giving them high school credit, if we had a science teacher who didn't teach kids, and maybe you guys do this, okay, but it's not in the materials that we see here, that didn't teach kids about trade-offs, about costs, about those difficult conversations, about balancing incremental gains, right? That's the problem in that class. And so you're asking us to give credit for something that most in the materials you guys have presented, very one-sided and very activism based. So that's where I am. And again, I know people who have wonderful things to say about your organization. So we're not disparaging your organization. I think you guys do some valuable work, and the energy stuff, to Ken's point, that you put in here is strong. Like teaching kids about emissions. Like I've looked at some of the details here and it's pretty good. So again, it's not that you guys are a bad organization. We're not saying anything like that. But for all those reasons I laid out, I'm just
an organization through education that society eventually gets to the truth.
Yeah.
And it's, kind of the old adage of, don't talk politics and religion, right? But what we really need to do, what we forget to teach how to talk about politics and religion. I think that might kind of get along with what you were talking about, the Friends organization.
How to hear the other side, how to be challenged in your beliefs, right? So that's not what, I'm not seeing that part of it in here. And maybe that's part of your longer program. But that's not what we'd be given credit for. We'd be given credit for the activism part. I don't think that's appropriate for us to do that. Does that make sense? I know that's not what you want.
It's frustrating on behalf of the students who have worked with us
Yeah.
and learned some skills that I would argue are not focused in an activism space, but rather in what I think we want for all of our residents growing up, to be the sort of person that looks at a problem, talks to their neighbors about it, and works towards a solution. And that's really what we're after. So if this application hasn't gotten that across, then that's something I need to go home and think about, and I'll bring it back to your attention. I'm also aware that we're running on time and that there's somebody else after me who presumably has a swifter process to get through, and I will cede the floor.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank
Thanks,
you for
Sophia.
doing the work on putting the application together. I know this would have been something you just slapped together.
I appreciate your consideration.
Yeah,
Thank you.
do we want to do a vote or just?
Know that the EPA just revoked scientific findings under the US climate change. Just came out of the.
Yeah, say that again?
Okay, well, let's not get into
Oh,
that.
It's the same discussion, basically, that's all.
So maybe we should just officially have a vote though.
Yeah.
Just to-
I make a motion that the State Board of Education not accept or approve the New Hampshire Energy Education Program Learn Everywhere initial application.
Second.
All in favor?
No.
Aye.
No.
You're no. Okay.
I know we talked this to death, but I use the replacement theory. If you had something else in that same vein, doesn't matter what it is, I still would say no to it because it's
The
one
problem is
view.
that's not their mission. Like, their mission is to reduce climate, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
And carbon emissions.
And carbon emissions, right? So that's their mission, which is, again, like, I don't think that's a bad mission, but I think all of the education here is just sort of.
I'll just ask everybody to think when you were 17.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think it's age appropriate. And I'm not trying
Yeah.
to, demean a 17-year-old, but the topics here at hand are very in-depth. It takes time to learn it. And
Maybe
have a
25.
full, clear understanding and be balanced in the approach of understanding it.
Yeah.
And I say that from multiple lenses as I've gone through my own life.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, if it was a program to promote coal, to promote nuclear, to promote everything, I'd still vote against it because it's only one side of a coin. You gotta give either people options or choices.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, it's advocacy.
Denied
It's
application to learn skills,
Correct.
period.
Correct. It's not to espouse this or that.
But also, it's 2 days.
Yeah, that's a great point. That is on any.
Not very robust.
That's not a semester's worth of learning right there. And I know we're getting away from seat time in New Hampshire, but you get to the point of absurdity when your boy goes down too small. Okay, so we can take up the next one, which is stickball.
I'm gonna go find Paul and make him a panelist so he can do, I think you asked for a demo. Or
He said the demos.
He said.
I like the.
This is Aaron Gold. He's with Stickball, and then Paul is also on as well.
you want him to do? Oh,
I would love it if he could do the
Let me-
demonstration.
I'm gonna,
Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, sure.
once he becomes a panelist, I can give him access to share his screen and he can do that. So let me just do that. I think actually, Paul, you're all set. If you can hear me, I think you can change. I think you do have,
Oh, I can hear you. Sorry.
I think you can share your screen now. I think you have that.
I just need to send a request.
Just approved it, I think.
So, what we're getting that set up, just to introduce ourselves. So I'm Aaron Gold. I'm the COO of Stickball. Paul's the founder of Stickball. And our mission is to bring critical money, life, and work skills to everyone, regardless of their background or abilities. So we're a Boston-based company. We launched during the pandemic, and we're now helping learners across over 10 states. We work with high schools, colleges, and various nonprofit organizations. Probably the most relevant example for today's discussion is the work we're doing with the Manchester school system. So that was an initial introduction made by the state senator, Lou D'Alessandro, to the superintendent there, Dr. Camille. And that's really blossomed into a great partnership over the last year. And for this school year, students who are learning personal finance literacy in class are using stickball alongside the in-person instruction. All of our content is aligned to the Jumpstart National Standards Framework for Financial Literacy. But on top of that, our overall philosophy is really driven by taking a bottom-up approach, meaning that all of our content has been reviewed and developed by teachers and tested by students. So we're constantly taking the data that we're getting out of our platform to improve the lessons and the content and the way that we present it to students. And what you're going to see here is our latest and greatest, and reflects the same exact content that students are learning in the Manchester's classrooms. And so we're excited to be here and have the chance to now use the Learn Everywhere program to increase the breadth of access to financial education and provide students and families in New Hampshire a more flexible option for completing their requirement.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Perfect. So Paul Bonapane, the founder of Stickball, started this based on my own experience. When I came out of college, I was highly in debt. I had no life skills and I was kind of struggling. So worked 2 jobs to pay down my debt. And then somehow I was lucky. I got a job at Deloitte on monster.com, which was kind of interesting because everyone at Deloitte was from Harvard, MIT, and I was the guy from UMass Lowell at monster.com. And when I got in there, I realized how green it was. So fast forward 20 years later, I always said, if there was an opportunity to come back and teach kids, life, work, and soft skills, that I'd take that opportunity. So 4 startups later, I was able to start Stickball. I brought Aaron in, who's also from Deloitte, and the company itself is self-funded. So it's me, it's my passion. There's no other people in it. And what we've started to do over the last 3 years is to branch out into schools, communities, and nonprofit organizations. And we were fortunate to meet the senator and get into the Manchester school system. And what I'd just like to show you today is what we put together. And we'd like to expand that not only to the Manchester school system, but everyone in the state of New Hampshire from a student standpoint. So what you're seeing on your screen is our program. It's a digital program. It goes 24 weeks because we put this demo in here for you guys to see a snapshot. And each week breaks down different topics. So you can see all the different topics here that are mapped to what the national and state requirements are for financial literacy. And then basically what we've done is we put a little immersive technology flair on it. So as an example for the demo today, I'm going to dive into Budget Busters. I don't think the audio is going to work, but you'll get a sense of what you're seeing. So based on the learning pyramid, we looked at the 5 core pieces of how we wanted to construct each of these lessons. So we have a welcome where the student comes in and takes an assessment because we want to baseline them of where they are. And then when they get to the wrap up, have they improved? And then we use learn, practice, and apply. So what we've learned is if you watch a video, your retention's about 15%. However, if you practice something, hands on the keyboard, your attention's about 70%. And then if you teach someone or apply something in a real life scenario, your retention is 90%. So we use these three to kind of bring the student through the journey of a lesson. So I'm just going to click through real quick, give you a sense of kind of what the content looks like, but know that we've covered every lesson that is required for the state financial literacy graduation curriculum. So in the welcome, we start with a simple objective and why it's important. This is an example of our survey. Just some simple questions to basically assess what they know. And then as we go through this, we then essentially give the students the ability to see the correct or incorrect answers and their total score here. At the end of each of the lessons, we ask these three questions, and we use this as feedback, as Aaron was saying, to get back to the teachers or students to build better content, right? So we're constantly looking for ways to make the content better. So that's the welcome. In the learn, what we do here is, can you hear that volume?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. I didn't think it was gonna come through. I'll play this real quick. It's a short video, but what we're doing here is we're teeing up a topic, and we're also using styles that are familiar to the students. So let me just play this real quick.
Picture your money like GPS directions. You start with income, your route in, then you've got stops, rent, food, phone, and fun. When you map it out, you see where you might hit traffic, overspending. A budget is just your map showing where your money should go before it drives off without you. Once you know the path, you can reroute anytime. Let's build your money map so you stay in control from payday to payday.
So teeing up the topic, giving a little more information on that topic. So in this case, what goes into a budget, the four core things here. And then lastly, kind of
your money where
a so what video to wrap it up. And again, these are short. They're supposed to be short and quick. After I go through the learn part, I come into the practice. So this is where we start to create different simulations, and we have all different types of simulations. And this one, we're choosing a friend, we're reviewing their budget, we're answering questions, and we're creating the budget. So the goal is to help 5 friends. Now, one of the things that we could do, and I've kind of been listening since the meeting started today, we localize everything. So we bring local businesses' names into this. We bring local businesses' skills that you need into this. So think of this financial literacy course as, I'm not going to see my paycheck and how it's broken up for the first time when I get my first paycheck. I'm going to see it in this tool 5 times, understand taxes, understand what my spending is, and then be able to manage my bank account and manage my spending. So looking at the friends here, I pick a friend and then I start to interact, and I have to essentially manage my budget. There's some knowledge questions in here, stuff that we all face every day. And it goes through and essentially helps you answer those questions, and then you start to interact with it for needs and wants. So there's a bunch of these different simulations. So what we're trying to do in the practice is just kind of tee up the what you just learned about. So when we get to the apply, which is the last section here, now you're ready to kind of have some real life examples. So for example, we integrate it with kind of the city of Manchester in this example. So I think it's 0310. I don't know. What's the zip code there? I just forgot.
03102.
So here's the earning statement. Since we're in a demo environment, we're just using ShopMart, but this could pull in a specific business. So we're working with the Chamber of Commerce in Manchester to actually start to map a couple of different businesses. The first 2 is Bad Burger and Elliott Hospital. So they actually see the pay stub from there. So I'm going to help Jordan out. So this is where we're teaching about needs and wants, and we try to make these statements as real as possible. So you can see each statement here has a specific spend. So I can basically go through and type needs and wants. And when I disagree, I essentially have Jordan justify it. So I'm learning about how to think about needs and wants. I'm learning the opinion of someone else of what a need and want is, but at the same time, I'm learning how to manage my budget. So I could go through this whole thing, but for the sake of a short demo, I'm not going to. And then I would go and budget my own stuff after that. So after this, I can wrap up. And I'll go back to that assessment again and answer those questions. And from that, I can see how I'm doing. I'm just gonna do quick, I'm probably gonna do bad.
Are they the same questions at the beginning and at the end?
They're not, no.
They're not?
Yeah, we switched them. We originally did it that way, and then after talking to several teachers and some special education advisors, we switched them up to instill some critical thinking there, because we're also doing some of those soft skills. So now that I've completed this section, I have my little analytics here. So another thing, it's kind of soft, but if you think about students, they don't really know how to read analytics, right? So we're trying to train on analytics as well. So how many lessons did I take? How many skills? And then as I dive into it, I can see my details here, how I'm doing. And then I can also see my analytics for my forms and so on and so forth. The other thing we have up here is you'll see music and applications. So as you go through, we have certain skills where you'll make a song about budget. The students love this stuff. So you basically create a 30-second song. You pick hip hop, you pick country, whatever your genre is, and then that stores your music list. We do the same with applications. So now we're starting to teach kind of vibe coding and those AI skills at a very high level. It's basically just putting a prompt in and it builds a little budget application for you. And then lastly, over here on the right, we built in a little journal so you keep your notes. We built a goals tool so you can manage your goals. And then we have the money toolkit. So we believe that learning is continuous with financial literacy. It's not just I take this and it ends. We built a toolkit that becomes their toolkit where they can continue to practice their budget, their goals, buying a house, credit scores, and so on and so forth. We have some trading games in here as well. And then we also built in this workforce readiness toolkit, which is kind of an assessment of kind of what do you want to do. We use the Department of Labor Analytics to back up the skills you need. And then we have a resume analyzer and an interview simulator in there and a builder. All coming back to the sole purpose of kind of financial literacy. So I went through that quick. So I'm happy to answer any questions and go back to something, but I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
How many lessons are there in this course?
This one has 24.
Where did the name stickball come from?
When I was a kid, I used to play stickball. So I grew up with 5 sisters and 3 brothers in a 1,200 square foot home. So we didn't really have much. So we go down the call it a park. we find broken hockey sticks and half a tennis balls, and we just play stickball all day. So to me, it meant coming back to the basics. And I think what's missing is those basics of just skills that these kids have. They just need a way to discover them and then just build on them.
What's the average duration through the whole, all of the lessons?
So for the total 24?
Yes.
Yeah, we mark it at 6 to 7 hours, but depending on the student level, it can go a lot longer because those simulations are pretty deep. But based on what we got back from the teachers, we were hearing that 15 minutes to 30 minutes was the sweet spot, and then they would lose the kids after that when it comes to financial literacy.
Yep.
What are we talking for credit?
Well, any other schools other than Manchester are using this program?
In New Hampshire, just Manchester. In Massachusetts, we have a bunch of schools, and we met with Governor Haley 3 times now, and we're going to be teed up as the vendor to basically meet their new requirements come the fall. Because basically what Governor Haley said to us, I see how you can scale. So after Manchester, we plan on going to all the other schools. But we've been doing a lot in Manchester around building out not just financial literacy. We got some other things, workforce readiness. We're doing healthcare literacy. And I believe the whole energy conversation you just had, we're doing a whole thing on utilities and electricity and how to use that, if you rent an apartment and what that means and all that stuff. So
you're going to be building more components to this program or building a different program for those issues?
Well, for those, we'll always incorporate that into this, so this will get better, and separate programs as well.
Okay. So
We're following the superintendent's kind of vision.
So this is used to supplement in Manchester. What is Manchester teaching that you're not offering? So they're not getting credit just for doing yours. They're years and years as a tool to teach their kids stuff. They're also that supplements what they're teaching, right?
So Manchester is using as a digital complementer in their junior and senior, but they plan on using this, not the specific module that you're looking at, but the personal finance to roll it out to 9 through 12 and then build another version for K through 12 for financial literacy.
But it will still be supplementing a deeper course. It won't be the only thing they have, right?
No, they plan on offering a standalone. So one of the strategies that we're actually doing in Massachusetts is what they used to call homeroom is now advisory. And using those advisory periods, that 15 minutes to plop this in there across the 36 weeks.
Gotcha.
So we'll just extend this another 10 weeks.
So this is not the only, so we approve this for Learn Everywhere program. You will still be building, so you may have in a year 36 steps instead of 24 or whatever it winds up being, right? You're building more onto it.
Yeah, I would think. Essentially with the money toolkit and the skill assignments here, this is, I mean, we have years of content because we have a library in there. You can continue to practice.
Yeah. Any questions?
Is the half credit for all 24 courses that they have to be completed? And I mean, what qualifies the student for the proposed half credit?
So it would be, they would need to complete all 24 weeks and then, or 24 lessons and there's a final assessment at the end where they have to complete at least an 80% score.
It's in 7 hours?
At a minimum of 7 hours. The simulations are built such that there's multiple scenarios that go deeper and deeper. So I'd say 7 hours would be the hard floor for how long somebody might get through it.
Yeah. So you could, if you worked really hard and were focused and having fun, you could get through it in 7, but you're probably spending a good amount of time.
Yeah, a good example is we have like a lemonade stand game in there that goes on for, it has 200 levels to it, right? So if you were playing it and you wanted to continue to build your lemonade franchise, you could just keep playing it.
And those types of games can be very addictive, right?
Yeah.
I used to play the little pizza shop game with my kids when they were little, and before you know it, I probably didn't gone.
We actually are, one of the teachers in Massachusetts wants us to build a pizza food truck that the kids run the business. So we're building that out with them. And then again, one of the things, the way we built this, everything's shareable, right? We think of a store where everyone can learn of what works and what doesn't work. So teachers can upload and download content based on that.
I like the interactive nature of this. I like the building your budget, tweaking things, talking to your friends about the expenses and getting that is a more engaged process than some of the other stuff we've seen in terms of teaching literacy, which is financial literacy, which is really they seem to have some component interactive, but it's more watch the video, answer questions after. Yeah, you have something where kids can really get their hands into this and spend a lot of time doing the budgeting, figuring out how to manage their money, how to invest it, I think that engagement part is where you're going to get a lot of learning. It's not all passive.
Just contextually, we've done a personal finance one that was videos and questions.
Yep.
How many credits was that?
Half credit.
Was that? If that was okay. Yeah. That answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have 2 financial literacy courses approved already. But yours is more hands-on and more engaged than either of those is.
Is this being proposed as meetings,
Yes.
the financial literacy, all the financial literacy requirements?
Yes.
This goes beyond, well, I don't wanna sell your product for you, but this kind of goes beyond financial literacy when you're talking about resume and interview skills and things of that nature. I know they're related, but those are life skills that I think are pretty cool too. Is that part of the 24?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to give you an example, Northwell Health, and I apologize I couldn't be there today. I had a doctor's appointment. I would have loved to be in person. Northwell Health in New York. Most people haven't heard of them. They're a $15 billion health system, the second largest employer in New York State. They were given $37 million by Bloomberg to build a high school with career pathways in it. So their whole thing is they're going to have a work shortage. So if they could train kids up in high school, then they could bring them right from high school into the workforce. They pick stickball to build those career pathways from freshman year to senior year. And what we've done is we build a foundation of, what is healthcare, but what are the soft skills you need? What are the work skills you need? What's the culture like? And then do digital internships for the next four years of school. And then they get a certification for an interview. We think this could potentially be the next direct to, work model that's out there. We're really excited about because we're getting a lot of interest from corporations that want to essentially take their career pathways and teach the kids the right skills. So I say that to you because a lot of this stuff comes down to financial literacy and soft skills, and we embed it in there, but we're focused on the curriculum that the state requires. So we don't gear too much to the right, but that's the workforce readiness program that Manchester is building out with the Chamber of Commerce right now.
Was the school in New York, was it a brick and mortar school?
It's the New York City public schools. It's all schools.
How do you build a school for 37 million? That's the real secret.
Yeah.
They literally built a brand new campus.
Yeah.
They gotta.
No, it's great. Yeah, this is great.
I move that the State Board of Education approves Stickball Inc. Learn Everywhere initial application.
A second.
Raj.
I'm gonna give it to Raj.
Yeah, give it to Raj.
I don't know. On the record. All
Why
right.
do I keep that? No, I
Yeah, just clicking that button.
know.
Yeah. It's all right.
Saturday Night Live.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Congrats.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you guys. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Paul.
Have a good one.
You might want to register stickball at the US Patent and Trademark Office.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
I love the name. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You got it.
Great day.
I was actually disappointed that it wasn't stickball.
That's what I
It
thought.
would be a great PE class. Okay, so Futures Forge is not coming, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, owner's project manager. Hey, Tim.
Good afternoon. Tim Carney, Bureau of School Facilities for the department. This is the final proposal for ED 321.30, owner's project manager. Julie's not available to be here today, so I'm gonna answer any questions you have it's relatively simple. This was in response to legislation from last session. And there was one or two minor housekeeping issues that were also addressed.
Questions?
Final proposal, meaning like this is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can only amend the final proposal.
Well, I just, when I look at this, and as you know, I'm in construction.
Yeah.
I see one, an architect or professional engineer registered by the state of New Hampshire with at least 5 years experience in the construction, supervision, and construction of buildings. That's a great line. But then, the next one, I don't have the original. I was kind of taken aback by. I think it said something like
7 years of experience in construction.
right. But what kind of construction? Building houses?
It doesn't say.
And what kind of experience in 7 years?
Doesn't say.
So I'm fine with the one, but when I think of an OPM, I know as project manager, and granted, some of them have strengths like in the structural side,
Mhm.
foundations, and then like some of these larger firms, and they'll bring someone else in on the structure, but.
Well, it says supervision of construction buildings. With 7 years experience in the construction and supervision of construction of buildings, so they have to have been some level of supervision.
What?
It's vague.
A plumbing foreman, sprinkler foreman.
Do you think we need to flesh that out?
So I'm inclined to. Because I see the criteria for one, that's at least a 4-year degree.
Yep.
And going before the state licensure.
Yeah.
Which is basically a board of examiners of fellow architects to basically kind of similar to a bar association type thing.
Yeah.
And then you get to the next line and all of a sudden it's like a much lower standard, in my opinion.
Well, it is, and I think that was to give them some flexibility, but this is not an area where I think your expertise here is
So,
helpful.
This is where I say something like an individual at least 10 years skilled trade experience in school building construction.
Well,
But this is what we're talking about. We're talking school building.
well, right, so, what is our time frame on this? Do you know? Off the top of your head?
The rules are not expired.
Yeah.
The law changed.
Yeah.
So-
And, but then
So we can just table this.
Let
and we'll talk
me
about
keep
that.
going though. So, at least 10 years skilled trade experience. And when in school building construction, what I'm getting at is, a carpenter, an HVAC, a plumber, an electrician, someone in the skilled trades, there's that kind of level of experience, 10 years. During the course of your experience, you are exposed to a lot of other trades, it requires coordination. So you know really what's going on.
Yeah.
A plumber, for instance, needs to know the benchmark of where the sewer connection on the street is, to know the elevation of it.
Right.
And then, in 3 years, school building construction superintendent experience. And that's your overall arching piece. The other piece is that I believe there is a waiver allowance by the Commissioner of Education in here as well. And I say that just in case, you have I think there's a requirement for a certain dollar value to have an OPM.
Yes, that increased in the legislation from 1 million to 1.125.
Yeah, 1.25 million.
Most of our projects are well.
If you can get a school project for $200 a square foot, I don't know what that equates to, but it's not an awful lot. But you can also do something like an individual with a bachelor's degree as another one. A bachelor's degree in construction management, at least 5 years experience in the construction of school buildings larger than 25,000 square feet. So I guess what I'm getting at is there's different ways of looking at it, but it really comes down to, I guess what I'm saying is provide a baseline of various types of experiences, but at the same time, the Commissioner of Education would have the opportunity to waive it. If someone's putting a storage barn, a storage facility for athletic equipment, right? Does it require an architect or someone with that level of experience for
Well, I
that
think
type
that
of
was
building project?
So I think that was the point of number 2, is like, if it's a smaller scale project, right, you're just we don't gonna have you have an architect on that. So you get somebody with some experience. So I'm happy to just hold on to this.
I guess, and so just by my own experience, my concern is that, costs are going up. I know New Hampshire's not gonna have a $300 million high school, but you never know. As I've been on, but when you don't have, if you have what I would say a lower tier OPM for maybe a science building, something more complex, it to me puts the state at risk with state funding available. So
so we didn't write the draft of this, it came to us from.
Well, it was on a last, I think the last night, I think we were very busy and I didn't really have a chance to.
So I'm happy to just hold on to it if you want to take some time.
There's legislation on this? Is that?
The legislation is very minimal, but there's current rules which are fairly extensive and they're barely modified in this proposal. But we absolutely have the option to, since we're opening up, modify them to what you want it to be. But the legislation says a school district or charter school that accepts state building aid for construction shall engage the services of an owner's project manual for construction or reconstruction or renovation projects of over $1.25 million or more, unless the commissioner waives such a requirement. The owner's project manual shall have his or her own comprehensive liability, auto insurance, workers' comp insurance, blah, blah, blah. The State Board of Education shall adopt rules pursuant to required services, responsibilities, and qualifications of the OPM to ensure that the OPM's best interests are carried, or the project's owner is interests are carried out. So if I'm hearing you volunteering to help, but we would be happy to take some comments and sit with you and,
Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
you know, and I recognize there's smaller projects, there's also larger ones. I've done on larger projects. And I've had OPMs on them decades ago, literally taking a couple pictures and.
Well, so
Not
one of the
knowing.
options, and we should definitely just hold on to this, but one of the options is to set a price threshold for different levels of experience. So like if it's a smaller project, you can have less experience or whatever.
You could.
For larger projects, you need more qualifications. I mean, I'm happy to, but that's
do that
one
too.
way to address it. So you
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
sure, if you have a huge building, you're not just gonna put somebody who doesn't have enough experience on it.
The qualifications have to be commensurate with the size of the
Right,
project.
Yeah, yeah. So,
and just one thing timing wise, so it's just for schools that are getting building aid, and there's not any building aid in fiscal year 27, so
we got time.
we have a little bit of time.
And so I just wanted to mention the legislation last year, the sponsors did not get what they wanted. So it's back again this year.
Might change again.
It's a line
Great.
change again, July 1. And so
Well, I mean, we should.
what
have
they're-
those in place,
yeah.
But they're not expiring, right?
No, we have existing rules around it.
Yeah.
It just has the lower threshold of
Yeah.
$1 million, and so, and there's some, additional.
I think it was 800,000 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
why don't we just table it and then
All
we
right.
can talk about, I don't think it takes that long to come up with something.
What should I say?
Second.
Hey, the other, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
All right. Here's up. Okay. Yeah.
Big seats.
I like to come down here for no more formal giving an update. All right, so for February's update, so during the month of January, the Department of Education hosted a legislative orientation here in this room for legislators. We had about 60 legislators show up at the department. We specifically invited House Education, House Policy and Finance, so the two breakdowns, House Regular Finance, and Senate Education and Senate Education Funding. And a few other key individuals that had reached out and heard about our trainings, looking to attend that training. The goal of that orientation was to support legislators in making sure that they had the information that they needed when making legislative decisions this year. We covered or school organizational structures, things like what an SAU is versus a district. We're talking about cooperative districts and then talking about, funding models as in tuition agreements, area agreements, and whatnot. We also spent a fair amount of time talking about the different educational pathways, as in public schools, non-public schools, Learn Everywhere programs, home education, EFAs, just so they had that base level of knowledge going forward for this legislative session. So that was very well received. I think a couple of people had reached out and they were disappointed that they were unable to attend, and that was the only kind of negative feedback because they were just sad that they weren't here. So we will definitely be doing that in the future. And you are all welcome to come in the future if you'd like to as well. Speaking of the legislature, so education purportedly has more bills than any other topic in the legislature this year, which is fun. And we have in fact won the award for most fiscal notes of any state agency. So that's very fun for us. The staff are very busy. We have spent an astronomical amount of time already this year down at the legislature, providing them technical assistance and advisory on the various different legislative proposals. And we anticipate that continuing on for the next couple of months, especially after crossover happens, to see where that goes. So that is legislation. Last week, Governor Kelly Ayotte delivered her State of the State address, and you may have seen that education was heavily focused on during that address. She talked about cell phones and some of the exciting stories that came out of the cell phone tour that we did with schools in the late fall. We did send out a mid-year message to schools across the state relative to best practices around cell phones, and we do anticipate a spring survey collecting data from schools to understand how the first year of the cell phone, bell-to-bell cell phone ban has impacted education across the state.
Can talk a little bit more about the cell phone? Has it been implemented?
Yes. So we, as part of HB2, the state budget bill that was signed in place in June of 25, there was included a statewide bell-to-bell cell phone ban. The Department of Education worked to pull together a technical advisory for schools, which we released, I believe, in August, which required schools to have a bell-to-bell cell phone ban implemented and have policies in place for the start of that school year, for that bell-to-bell ban. So that has all happened. We provided that information. We had some conversations with schools around implementing that policy. And for the most part, it has gone relatively well statewide. We had some conversations, obviously, at the beginning of the school year around, definitions of technology, our Apple Watches and such included, and personal one-to-one devices. But that's kind of where we are right now.
So is it implemented?
Yes, it's implemented. Yes, every school, public school in the state is required to have a bell cell phone. Okay, so also featured in the governor's State of the State address, she talked about higher state special education for funding, or state special education funding. In the budget this year, the state special education funding for the highest need special education kids increased from $33 million to $50 million. So a pretty large increase. And so that was highlighted. That amount was paid to schools on January 1st of this year in compliance with law. And then
what percentage of the total budget is that?
what percentage of the total budget? I'm not sure. I don't know what the total statewide budget is. It's a
No, also education budget.
so we have about a $1 billion budget, so about 5%. And then also highlighted in the governor's speech was the directive to me to examine high-performing districts relative to reading initiatives and the work that they were doing. So the department has started mobilizing around that initiative. We've been reviewing data for schools, looking at the top 25% of schools on our statewide literacy, reading and English language arts and reading assessments. And so what we've done is we are looking at a breakdown of schools. So we're looking at not only the top 25% of schools with high achievement, we're looking at the top 25% of schools with growth. And then we're also going to look at the schools with, in the 25% highest schools with high achievement on the state assessment, but that also have high populations of free and reduced lunch kids and special education populations to kind of understand what their best practices is, because the directive from the governor was to look at the best practices in those schools and see how we can begin implementing that statewide. We're also going to be implementing a statewide literacy plan to expand our existing efforts that we've been working on with the statewide efforts around the science of reading. And I know we had the presentation from Mississippi 2 months ago. The department has been doing quite a bit of work around that. There's a number of schools that have reached out directly to the department relative to the governor's talking points. There's also been a lot of vendors that have reached out in the last week, so that's fun. And there are some federal initiatives that we're hoping grant funds will follow that too. So we'll hopefully be able to leverage federal funds around these areas to develop some initiatives. So more to come on that specifically. Let's see, career and tech education. So this month is Career and Tech Education Month. Just want to highlight that for everybody. I know I've already had conversations with several of you about career and tech education and the work that we do in the state. So as a reminder, we have statewide regional career and tech education centers. And we as a state have really strategize doing it so we can have high quality career and tech education programs. So there's 26 of them in the state, there's 40 programs in 16 industries, and the top programs are business, construction, trades, health science, and automotive. So the department is working with career and tech education centers to highlight that this month and all of the great successes that those programs have. And speaking of career and tech education, the Department of Education has been working with the Department of Safety to have a state initiative to donate to automotive programs, state trooper cars or pieces of state trooper cars. So right now it's been engines today to various different CTE programs to give the kids an opportunity to work on real equipment. So that's very exciting. We're about to go to a school next week to donate our 10th engine. And so that will be very, very fun. And that is something that the the head mechanic for the state police actually had the idea of doing that because they were having, these engines they couldn't do anything with from these totaled cars. And his wife is a CTE teacher at a career and tech education school. And they kind of came up with that idea. We think it's a phenomenal idea and we would love to see these kinds of partnerships, and we want to continue to grow those types of partnerships across the state. They otherwise would have been equipment that wasn't even used and had just been dispositioned by the state. So it's just an amazing opportunity.
That's great. I
Yeah.
wonder if you talk to the local, some cities and towns who might have similar surplus.
Yeah, I think part of it is because they work on all the cars themselves. They're taking them out and they're using all of the pieces. Whereas I think most, maybe a larger, like a Manchester or something like that. But yeah, great opportunity. It's very exciting. You always hear about these neat little collaboratives, and we want to highlight those.
Are they gonna at some point get whole cars?
We are working on that.
Oh.
So.
I heard 90% of the time the police car is idling. Yeah. Unlike any other user's car, so engine dies out fast. Without mileage, just the hours of engine.
Yeah.
I know, and Commissioner Quinn has been very supportive of this program too. He wants to see how we can continue to grow it. So it's just,
that's cool.
Some of the things we get to do are really fun and exciting, and that's one of the things that we are doing right now. So. And then the last, actually two more things, speaking of collaboration with other state agencies. So the Department of Education released last week an $8 million of school safety grant. So that's the Security Action for Education Grant Program. We've now released about $60 million in the last 7 years to support hardening and physical safety of schools. So this was the most recent tranche of funding that we've given to schools. That funding is going to go to about 260 projects statewide for 150 schools to access surveillance, emergency alerting, and access control projects. So we're going to continue to fund those initiatives. It's extremely important. We've been very successful in providing physical safety in our schools across the state. And we are also working with, we have an RFP out right now to find a vendor to do statewide mapping of schools. So we would have consistent statewide mapping to provide safety, coordinated safety efforts across the state. So we've been working, so the Department of Education, relative to that grant program, the way it works is schools work with the Department of Safety's Division of Homeland Security. They have a school preparedness group that helps schools do an assessment and identify needs in those schools. And then they work with us to make sure that grants are available in those areas. So it's a great partnership with Homeland Security over on Smoky Bear Boulevard. And then the last one, which is just a fun one, the Department of Education has also been partnering with the Department of Transportation for a Name of the Plow contest. So they do so they do a statewide Name a Plow contest, and it's just on WMUR, and we heard about it this year. So they had in January did the statewide regional plows, and some of the winners were Plowabunga, Sled Zeppelin, and Winniplowski. So those are just the statewide ones. And we said, well, I think we really want a school to be able to do it. So they gave us one this year. It's a school that is it in Littleton? Is that
Harrisville.
Harrisville. So, Harrisville there, so they are, going to pick the first one. And so we have some finalists right now, and then they're going to, pick that plow, and they're gonna bring the plow to the school and have the kids, you know, be able to see the plow.
Cloud face.
Yeah, and it's been, with the amount of snow that we got this year, it's very, very appropriate, so.
So I heard that this in Minnesota is started, isn't it?
So
Yeah,
this
this,
is the second year that
I
we've
heard
done it.
about it a few weeks back. You know, they had this all funny names.
Yeah.
Illinois of them.
I don't know, so we did it last year, so this is the second year at the
Oh,
Department of
okay.
Transportation said it, but it's the first year that we've done a school one. And I mean, basically, I just got FOMO and I wanted the schools to have it, so.
Question on the school safety grant, but on the construction standards, it's been a while since I've looked at, it, but is there anything in the construction standards that are in the admin rules about minimum requirements for school safety? Like, you know, like a vestibule or access control things, how you get in school?
So there are, I don't know them off the top of my head, but I can, and Tim, we let Tim escape,
Okay.
but Tim has.
There are requirements on there, but,
And there never used to be, but I know in the
Well,
advent of various events that.
so we have all sorts of building requirements.
Right.
But it might be worth just taking a look and seeing,
Just saying when the new school gets built, that it's already implemented.
But it's been so long since we looked at those requirements. I don't recall off the top of my head what the requirements are for vestibules or for glass or that kind of thing. So it may be worth just
You
taking
stole my
a
pen.
read
I see
through.
your pen. You stole my pen.
Oh, did I? He did.
You stole my.
So one of the things that we do on the safety for the school building aid is, well, for the school safety grants.
All
is
sets.
Look at exactly those things, vestibules, cameras, all the security stuff, and you know where the grants based. Highest priorities, so there's never enough money to go around, but they've done a lot. I mean, it's been tens of millions of dollars over the last few years.
It's just cheaper to do it.
It's cheaper to do, well, so the problem is we have, there's just so many old school buildings, right? So there's a ton of buildings that never had a vestibule because they're just too old for that. So give them a grant to build a vestibule, or they don't have security cameras, or they don't have a communication system that's two-way. So you can do an announcement, but somebody in a classroom can't communicate to the office. So there's all kinds of things that a lot of needs. You know, just thinking about kids coming to Concord and doing the tours and stuff. So we get the fourth graders that they come and they do the State House, which is a great tour. Kids love it. But I just thought we could also take them to the state prison. And then they could see what not to do as well as what to do. And they should just, you know, get the fourth graders over to the state prison, do a tour, scare them a little bit.
Scared straight.
Maybe eighth graders.
I was going to say at high school, and I was like, nope.
Exactly, that's the point.
You always bring them to the room, you know, where they made an office out of it, but that's the last hanging occurred too, you know.
No, maybe that's a little hardcore. Well, thank you.
You've heard of Oz, you know, Control Sol Delete. Dolly Plowton.
Dolly
DOT has stickers, you can collect all of the stickers with the plow
my God.
names. Steve Appleby has several of them.
Good Blizzard hand.
I like sled up.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Okay. Let's just do the consent agenda before we get to this. Because I have some changes on the meeting minutes.
Are we,
Funds, you
We're
wouldn't
just gonna
screw
do
it
this first.
up.
So let's do December first,
Number 11.
page 5783. Where it's talk about me correcting the previous minutes on Barbara Loman's name, misspells Barbara Loman.
783. Hold on, let me just. Oh, wish I would just find it, but it's in the.
The AI's gotta get a little better.
Yeah, this was the one, remember they did, yeah. Why is this taking so long to find it?
They got Barbara's name wrong again in that one, but they got Phil's name right, so.
Okay, so I'm on 5783, I'm sorry, so.
5783 in the December minutes misspells Barbara Loman's name
Oh, Barbara Roman again.
again. Like a couple months in a row. Yeah, that's it. So the January minutes,
That's just, okay.
that's all I have for DE. I mean, there was also a line in there that Chair Klein thought Mark was great at explaining educational topics, which is very true. I would just underline that one.
Okay.
Mark is great. So January minutes, page 5790.
Okay.
Second full paragraph. It needs to be fixed. The first sentence in that paragraph says Chair Klein clarified that a bachelor's degree is currently and will continue to be required with both changes. That's not true. It should say, so everything in that sentence after the that should be struck.
Everything after that.
After that should be struck, and then you can just continue the sentence into the next sentence. So we would say in one sentence, Chair Klein clarified that no content knowledge or pedagogical skills will be limited. And then page 5793, the fourth paragraph. Talking about the phrase social justice to pollution, and it says I define social justice. I don't think that was me. I could be wrong, but I don't think that was me. I think that was somebody else.
Oh, you said redistribution of wealth.
Yeah, maybe I did. I just think we had such a discussion there.
My comment on that was that the word equity had been hijacked.
Yeah, but in that conversation, maybe that was me, and
I'll highlight it and go back and check.
it could well be, but I wasn't sure if that was accurate.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Anybody else?
Okay, so.
But my point is, it says here, and not, the thing I'm confused on, Chair Klein defined social justice, redistribution of wealth and opportunity.
Yeah.
In this instance, equity may be a more appropriate term.
Yeah, I just don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's what I said.
The last line. Unless that's why I said what I
mean,
said.
the whole sentence, I'm not sure is correct.
You're gonna go back and look.
Go back and listen to it.
It was a free-running conversation.
It's quick to get to it. I can do it really quickly and check and.
But anyway. Okay, so. Motion on the minutes as amended.
Motion to accept the minutes as amended.
For just
As
the,
a slate?
just the
Yeah.
November.
I wasn't here in December, so I can't vote on it.
Okay, well, let's just do December 1st and then we'll do.
December.
Okay, Jim F seconds December, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Um,
But we're gonna revisit
You're
it.
abstaining.
Abstain.
Right here.
as well. Then, okay, January.
Abstain. Don't we want to revisit what the video
Yeah,
says?
yeah, but I'm just gonna do this first. So January minutes,
Motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And everybody was here for January.
Everyone was there.
Yeah. And today too. Great.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so open board discussions. So one of our cases from last month, one of our hearings, we've had some issues with the follow through on it. And so it may be something that we want to take up in non-public session just because of the initial hearing was in non-public. So
Motion to enter non-public under 193.
RSA 91(8)(3) 2C.
there you go.
Sorry.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
318.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon. Yeah, my kid time.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen. And if you need to.
Let me shut everything down and then I'll let you know.
Get out of here.
should go out ASAP. So I can hang around a little bit this afternoon if we want to see that we can send it out today.
Yeah,
I'll reach out to Chris and see if he can just take a read, but I don't think that'd be a problem.
I think so, either. You can-
And then we can call and let him know. Okay,
Okay, we're back.
okay, motion to seal the minutes?
So
Second.
Okay.
Second, we did.
Jen.
Okay.
All right. Roll call.
Bill,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make the motion to adjourn.
I think
formal.
Jen started it first.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna rule for Jen.
You can have the second.
And gets the second.
and second.
had a mouthful of cookies.
Compliance.
This is for your IT
Do I have to do
safety
this?
thing.
I mean,
Okay.
VOIT says you're supposed to, if you have a state email address.
You're supposed to go to the safety training.
Yes, we don't-
They're good training.
They sent out
Oh,
false
yeah.
emails, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do that.
Yeah, I got one.
So,
Oh,
uh,
they sent it for me, watch out.
all in favor?
Yesterday. so-
Aye.
Sure, once again.
All in favor?
Adjourning, yes.
Adjourn.
Adjourn.
Unanimous
Yes, yes,
adjourn?
yes.
Okay, great.
What about, we got our
See you
email
on the next
address,
one.
what about the card?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Forward.
about that.
I think it's, we're actually,
Boy,
we're
don't forget the
trying to change the vendor